two. Check two. Hello. What's up, folks? It's me again. Here I am again. Just like every day. Just like every other day. It's me, Rob, here. It's 12:10 Eastern Standard Time. It's an ongoing process trying to get the early start. I think the promise that I've made to myself is that 12 p.m. Eastern, that's the latest start time. This is the promise that I've made to myself and you, the viewer, the listener, the chatter. 12 p.m. at the latest, okay? I'm going to try for, 11:30, 12 p.m. at the latest. And on Mondays and Wednesdays and Fridays, I do have a little bit longer to go. So should have no problem getting to around 4.5 hours or so today. No matter where you go, there you are. I'm on your TV. I'm on your phone. I'm on your laptop screen. You have images of me and pictures of me printed out in your homes, of course. Obviously, all of you have that as well. Framed pictures of me up on the walls, similar to how you had to do with like Stalin in the past and other leaders. Chavez, Mao, whoever. Sean carries a small photo book around with him. Okay, good. That is the kind of devotion that I'm expecting, and I know that you are all delivering. How is everybody doing? How are you doing, folks? I just had my own Dean Browning event, the guy who pretended to be black on Maine, and I'm sorry all to see screen grabs and text in our TRRS channel meant for my disabled people WoW guild. I saw Diego, I think you were sharing, I think that fake culture critic account has got a lot of people. That culture critic account did like a family court thing. Giving body, soul, and blood to the eternal friendship triangle. Sasha, this is exactly why you fit right in here. You get it. You're filling a cup of soda for you every night at my little altar. That's so sweet. That's nice. Made some noodles. I didn't have any usually I like to put green onion and cilantro and stuff on there, but I didn't have any. It's just like noodles and rice cake and dumplings. Oh, should be a good day though. And I've got this bad boy. The purple monster. I got the purple monster to start my day off with here. No, I'm not talking about Grimace, the McDonald's mascot. Chin, I need this. I'm low energy again. That's good. It's like a grape. It's really like a grape soda flavor in energy drink form. And grape soda is good. I like grape soda. I don't drink. They don't make diet grape soda, or if they do, you can't get it here. I don't drink grape soda often enough. I would like to get more. I would get diet grape and diet orange soda sometimes if it was available, but can't get it around here. Orange soda is a nice little treat sometimes. Even sometimes if you're really craving that sugar, You get every now and then, like very rarely, maybe once or twice a year, I'll get a full sugar orange crush with like a burger or whatever. That's nice. It's nice to splurge on one of those every now and then. That's good. Hope you're all doing well. We just released a new episode of the Insurgents podcast with Juniper. Juniper, a very good poster, also a podcaster. Really good episode of the Insurgents podcast we recorded last night. I encourage you to please listen to that. And you know what? If you're here, one thing I this comes up every time, like every week or couple of weeks, whenever it comes up, but just giving those Insurgents episodes a like. Just clicking on the link and hitting the like button would be actually quite beneficial. So even if you're subscribed to the podcast or whatever, and I hope people listen to it because it's really good. This is a free episode, so totally free of charge. But yeah, hit the like button. That's very helpful when people do that. Too much noodle consistency. Nice. As you know, I eat this like when it's summertime. Kind of like a chilly day here. I got some dumplings in there. I got spicy beef dumplings.
You can count on me. You're going to have good old Rob to talk you through all this.
I hear inflation is largely defeated.
Oh, good. Good to know. Was it our boy Paul Krugman saying that? Yeah, I put some... I can't remember the name of the brand. Name escapes me. It's this like spicy seafood Korean ramen brand. I put in some spicy beef dumplings and rice cake and some cheese. Thing of cheese which got all melty. And thank you Dakadoon for the 28 months tier 1. Thanks Dakadoon and for all the support. Love the melted cheese in there. When it fully just melts and just absorbs into the noodles, mixes with all the spice. Very, very. Video only mode, just enjoying Rob eating. Good. Very nice. I'm glad to hear it. So hopefully I'll be able to get to all the stuff that I kind of punted on yesterday. Should I put on like news headlines or something? Or do you want to do this? Do you just want to watch me eat these noodles? There's some big strike news. The UAW going on strike. That's really exciting. And I gotta say, as depressing as everything can be sometimes, and I get that we can fall into those doom spirals. You know, I get it. One thing that we are seeing that's really encouraging is a real increasing militancy across the board in the labor movement on an international standpoint as well. We saw it with the UK rail strikes. It's not just the strikes and not just the labor actions, but the language that we're hearing from the leadership. Way more militant. We saw it with the UPS strikes as well. It's a militant union leadership got them those big gains and avoided a strike there. But the language that we're hearing coming out of these union leaders is really, really encouraging. Whether it's the UAW or even the Screen Actors Guild and the writers and actors that are on strike right now, or the railway unions in the UK, there's an increasing militancy among the leadership of these major unions, which is leading to some really bold actions. And it's showing us the way. It's showing us the way forward and about the way that material gains are going to be advanced for working class people. Unions aren't, I don't think it's the only way forward. There's a lot of people are not in unions, and we need to raise living standards for everybody. But, you know, this militant union membership and leadership is really, really encouraging. So that's exciting. Should we look at some headlines, maybe? Headlines about that? Let's do that while I have my lunch. Also, we got to look at this too. This fucking guy. Like, the nerve on this guy. If you're looking to help people impacted by the floods in the country that I destroyed, check out these organizations providing relief. Like, this guy's almost a billionaire. Maybe you should pay for the relief. You're the one that wrecked the country in the first place. You wrecked Libya in the first place. You pay for it. Why are you soliciting donations from your supporters to support whatever Obama Foundation, like NGOs, they approve of? You wrecked the country, sir. It's you did this. You contributed to it. I mean, we talked a lot about yesterday about this inability to like grasp the even very recent history that people have. And you see all these news stories about Libya. Libya is just this war-torn country. They're just addicted to having wars. Their infrastructure has been neglected. They get the American militarism and imperialism gets the same passive voice descriptions in the media that American cops get. It was just destabilized. The infrastructure was just neglected. Wonder what that behind the bastards guy has to say. We should check in with him. I agree. Let's check in with that guy. Whoops. Good morning, Netlocked. It is extremely dark. Yes. It is extremely dark.
The UAW, the United Auto Workers, has launched an historic targeted strike against the big three U.S. automakers, Ford, General Motors, and Stellantis, which is the parent company of Chrysler. On Thursday, UAW President Shawn Fain announced strikes at 3 facilities: a GM plant in Wentzville, Missouri, a Stellantis complex in Toledo, Ohio, and a Ford assembly plant in Wayne, Michigan. About 12,700 workers are taking part in this initial strike, but Fain said the strike could be expanded.
Tonight, for the first time in our history, we will strike all 3 of the big 3 at once. We are using a new strategy, the stand-up strike. We will call on select facilities, locals, or units to stand up and go on strike. This strategy will keep the companies guessing. It will give our national negotiators maximum leverage and flexibility in bargaining. And if we need to go all out, we will.
The strike comes during a highly profitable period for the big 3 automakers. According to the UAW, the 3 auto companies made a combined $21 billion in profits in the first 6 months of the year. The union's demanding higher wages, a return to traditional pension plans, and a shorter work week. This is Jesse Ramirez, president of UAW Local 230.
It's a long time coming. Our members are owed what they gave up during the bankruptcies. We gave up pay, we gave up COLA, we gave up pensions. Tiers were introduced into our
tiered pay system that was big in
so
UPS as well.
It's about time that all the sacrifice that our members gave to this company to bring it out of bankruptcies and now one of the most profitable car companies, it's time that our members get what's owed to them.
On Wednesday, UAW President Shawn Fain addressed auto workers about the need to strike.
I'm at peace with the decision to strike if we have to, because I know that we're on the right side in this battle. It's a battle of the working class against the rich, the haves versus the have-nots, the billionaire class against everybody else. And again, in talking about that, this class warfare, people accuse us and say this is class warfare. There's been class warfare going on in this country for the last 40 years. The billionaire class has been taking everything and leaving everybody else to fight for the scraps. And when I talk about that, there's one more piece of scripture I like, it reminds me of in Matthew 19:23-24, which states, "It is easier for a camel to pass through the eye of a needle than for a rich man to enter the kingdom of God." Why is it easier for a camel to pass through the eye of a needle than for a rich person to enter the kingdom of God? I have to believe that answer, at least in part, is because in the kingdom of God, no one hoards all the wealth while everybody else suffers and starves. In the kingdom of God, no one puts themselves in a position of total domination over the entire community. In the kingdom of God, no one forces others to perform endless, back-breaking work just to feed their families or put a roof over their heads. That world's not the kingdom of God. That world is hell. Living paycheck to paycheck, scraping to get by, that's hell. Choosing between medicine and rent is hell. Working 7 days a week for 12 hours a day for months on end is hell. Having your plant closed down and your family scattered across the country is hell. Being made to work during a pandemic and not knowing if you might get sick and die or spread the disease to your family is hell. And enough is enough. It's time to decide what kind of world we want to live in. And it's time to decide what we're willing to do to get it.
That was UAW President Shawn Fain,
what I mean with the
who took
militancy?
office in March. We're joined now by 2 guests. Alex Press is staff writer for Jacobin magazine, where she covers labor. Her new piece, headlined, "The UAW Strike Matters for the Entire U.S. Working Class." Press was a union organizer before becoming a reporter. And Marcelina Pedraza is with us. She works as an electrician at a Ford assembly plant in Chicago, a member of UAW Local 551, and a fourth-generation union worker. Marcelina, let's begin with you in Chicago. Your response to what happened last night at midnight, thousands of auto workers going out on strike in a targeted strike against three of the automakers, the big three automakers. Talk about the significance of this.
Well, this has been building,
well,
Johnny.
First of all, thanks for having me. I love the show. This is an historic moment, as you said, the first time in history that all big three auto workers will be striking. And it's inspiring to see, the solidarity between all of the auto workers, not just auto workers, but workers from all around. This is going to make
bring back Chris Matthews. You can get scared on TV again. Jim Cramer's losing
us,
it. Jim Cramer is like, this is the end of the world.
Which,
the more Jim Cramer is against something, I think it's a good reason to
I know
support
a lot of
it,
members
even if that's the only reason that you're looking at.
Might be disappointed that we weren't called, but that still could be a possibility, and we're ready if and when we'll be called to walk out next.
So talk about this strategy of the targeted strike. We've never seen this before in U.S. history. And also, do you think a change in the leadership of the UAW, Shawn Fain became president in March, has made the difference here?
Yes, for sure. I mean, since our newly elected President Shawn Fain said, this is going to keep the companies, keep them guessing, and, since he was elected on the campaign, the one member, one vote campaign from UAWD, United All Workers for Democracy, I think it's made a huge difference. Where members are seeing more transparency. We're getting constant updates, which we, haven't seen in the past couple contracts that I've been involved with. So the members are fired up, and we're ready, and we're united.
It's a really key point that you're making, Marcelina, that Shawn Fain won in the first direct election of the UAW's leadership in the organization's, in the union's 88-year history. I want to go to the Ford CEO, Jim Farley, who was speaking on CNBC earlier this week, claiming the United Auto Workers Union proposal could bankrupt the company.
If we signed up for the UAW's request, instead of making money and distributing $75,000 in profit sharing in the last 10 years, we would have lost $15 billion and gone bankrupt by now. The average pay would be nearly $300,000 fully fringed for a 4-day work week. There is no way.
Per UAW.
Yeah, this is our fully tenured school teacher in the U.S. makes $66,000.
So pay them more. Don't
or firemen makes
deflect to talking about teachers. They don't make more than teachers. Then do you advocate for teachers making more? Well, no. Obviously. These lying snakes.
This is 4 or 5 times, 6 times what they make. There's no way we can be sustainable as a company. That's why we put a proposal in 2 weeks ago
I think
to say,
Ford's
look,
actually doing okay.
You want us to choose bankruptcy over supporting our workers? Here's our proposal. Let's work through this. We've heard nothing.
That's the CEO of GM, Jim Farley. Last night, Shawn Fain was asked about his comments, and he said that the labor pay
4-day work week is not possible. Now, excuse me, I have a golf round this Friday. Yeah, these fucking CEOs are really putting in the hours. They're really rolling up the sleeves and putting in the 45, 50, 60-hour weeks. Really hard at work on the links. And like fucking drunk driving all day, whatever it is they do. I don't know what it is. Have a few conference calls. Scream at your secretary a couple times, and you call it a week. This man knows the value of hard work.
Was something like 5% of what the companies pay out. Alex Press, your staff writer for Jacobin, you wrote this new piece, The UAW Strike Matters for the Entire U.S. workforce. If you can talk about what Farley is contending.
Yeah, so I mean, Sean Fain said last night in response to those comments, every word out of their mouths is a lie. And I think in this case, it's absolutely true. Jim Farley was paid tens of millions of dollars last year. There's no sense of bankruptcy on the table for these companies. You know, I think it's important to think about when we talk about strikes that are about ending tiers, especially, which is what's at play here with the auto workers. You know, $300,000 a year, this is a calculation for the top rate with all benefits translated into monetary value. There are workers on the assembly lines right now who are making $22 an hour with very few benefits. These are workers who can spend up to 8 years as temporary employees, not given access to full-time benefits and pay because of these
This is what
tiers.
UPS was doing
as well. They might work 60, 70-hour weeks alongside people paid much better. This destroys a union, right? It rots it from the inside. Workers distrust each other. It's very hard to keep oneself together in such a situation. So Jim Farley, a man who is paid tens of millions of dollars, is contesting that he can afford to give workers a few extra dollars an hour. And so I think there are many specificities when you go into the list of demands here that you don't have to be all in and a member of the UAW's reform leadership to sense that, you know, this is a lie. Even Bloomberg itself talked about how real wages have been down 30% for UAW members over the past 10 years. And again, Bloomberg said that the companies can afford this.
And just to say, Jim Farley is the Ford CEO.
That's where
Marcelina works.
Yes.
Made something like $21 million in total compensation last year, according to the Detroit News, while Stellantis CEO Carlos Tavares made $24.8 million. Can you talk about why 2023, this historic strike, relates so directly to the 2009 financial crisis and what UAW agreed to give back because the company said they would go bankrupt?
Sure. So there were a number of concessions that the workers agreed to, that the UAW agreed to, you know, quote unquote, to save these companies, right? They were failing. They were facing bankruptcy. Some of the things the workers gave up included cost of living allowances, COLA, as we call it. So, you know, as inflation has been high lately, these workers are losing more and more money every year in real wages. They introduced tiers, as I mentioned. You know, workers who are working alongside the older workers, the more senior workers, and being paid less. They lack pensions. Retirees are suffering. These are all things that were supposed to be temporary, right? The company said, as soon as we're profitable, we'll give this back, right? It was this sense of partnership. That partnership was a poison pill for workers, and the UAW new leadership knows that. And they're saying, hey, you're very profitable. You know, it is very clear that these companies are making historic profits. You know, it's up almost 100% as far as their North American profits over the past decade versus the decade prior. And the leadership and the rank and file are saying, okay, you lied. You didn't give it back, so now we're taking it back.
Senator Bernie Sanders has called on the U.S. public to support a strike by UAW members.
If the big three automakers, General Motors, Ford, and Stellantis, do not provide reasonable contracts to address long-standing inequities in the industry, there will be a strike. And all of us should support the strikers. The UAW members will be fighting not only
Weirdly, all these like right-wing populist working-class defenders don't seem to agree with that. They care so much about the downtrodden working man, but when these moments come up, they're conveniently absent. I wonder what Josh Howley is saying about the strike. I'd be very interested to hear about that.
themselves, but against a corporate culture of arrogance, cruelty, and selfishness, which is causing massive and unnecessary pain for the majority of working families throughout our country. Their fight against corporate greed is our fight. Their victory will resonate all across the economy, impact millions of workers from coast to coast, and help create a more just and equitable economy.
Oh, I don't
So
dare
that's
to
Bernie
check back
Sanders.
again.
Alex Press. So you've got the 3 targeted plants. In Wayne, Michigan, Ford, 3,300 workers. In Toledo, Ohio, 5,800 workers at Stellantis, makers of Chrysler. And in Wentzville, 3,600 workers striking against GM. Explain this overall strategy and then how it could expand to over 150,000 workers.
Sure. So as we've heard, it's called the stand-up strike. That's what the UAW is calling it. It is never tried before, right? You know, it's a callback to
what's the most union-friendly president
origins,
ever
which
saying
were in the
about
Flint
this?
sit-down strikes, right?
There
are these incredible photos, you know, that you can find in archives and the history books of workers sitting down in the plants. They're reading newspapers, they're drinking coffee. They wouldn't leave, right? This was a targeted strike on particular plants that the entire supply chain, the entire supply line for auto relied upon. And it was an enormous success. It built the UAW. It inspired copycats in other unions. And it largely reignited and built the 20th century U.S. labor movement. So Sean Fain has said, this is our generation's answer to the sit-down strike. Now, right now, as we've said, there's just under 13,000 workers on strike. This is an escalation tactic, right? Sean Fain has said that not only once a week, but several times a week, he could call out new plants. Every time one of these companies gives an insulting proposal at the bargaining table, Sean Fain and the leadership can stand up and say, all right, new plants are out. You know, it's this increase of leverage, right? You know, there are risks,
This rocks.
of course. I mean, a 150,000 person strike all at once certainly would be powerful. It would be important for the workers because it would be such a mass of them. They'd have their communities with them. You know, it'd be so visible. But at the same time, it's very expensive. So these workers right now are still earning paychecks, and the workers who are on strike, they're getting money out of the strike fund, $500 a week. But this helps sustain the strike, right? And so I think, you know, so far we've seen, I was a little bit of a skeptic about this, and we've already seen that it's paying some dividends here. You know, there have been a lot of reports from UAW members in certain plants that their plant management has been given fake lists of what plants are going to be targeted, that it's messing up the supply chain, that there's sort of confusion and panic among the companies. And so this is really, I mean, to use a war metaphor, it's guerrilla warfare.
Marcelina, you come from a blue-collar family, 4th-generation union worker. For you, the significance of this moment, not only for the auto workers, but can you talk about, you see yourself and the auto workers setting a model for working people across the country?
Yes, so I come from the southeast side of Chicago, which, you know, was once the, you know, biggest steel producer in the nation. And I've seen, you know, my family, my father and grandfather worked in the mills, and I've seen those plants close down, and I've seen what it can do to a community, you know, and I used to work at the Belvedere Assembly plant, and now that plant has been idled, and we don't know what's going to happen there. And it's a much smaller city than Chicago, obviously, but it's going to be devastating to that community. So this is an important moment in history for us to win back a lot of the things we've lost in these past few years. You know, it's huge for the labor movement, and it's uniting workers all across the world. You know, we've had a solidarity from Brazilian auto workers, Mexican auto workers, and
you can count on me. You're
workers
gonna have good old Rob
kind.
to talk you through all this.
Solidarity with the UAW, SAG-AFTRA, and all of the workers on strike across North America and the world. TRRS Sankara.
Kijiji Genie, thank you. 33 months, tier 1. Absolutely, solidarity. Kijiji Genie, Kijiji Genie. It's really hard to say that quickly. Very close. 2 short months away, or 3. 3 short months away from the even more elite and exclusive shimmering diamond / pearl 3-year sub badge. Very close. I think we probably, like, maybe not we as in me and people in this community, but maybe underrate how much the Red Scare set the stage for destroying the union movement in the 80s in the neoliberal era. And you had a few decades of Red Scare prior to that, which purged all these unions of socialists and communists, and then perfectly setting the stage for
You can count on me. You're going to have good old Rob to talk you through all this.
Perfectly setting the stage for the neoliberal era where they can just completely crush them and put the kind of final blow and offshore all these the entire manufacturing industry, and crush the unions when the air traffic controller union went on strike in the 80s with Reagan. That was like when they really started to try and crush this movement. Donna Macaroni, thank you very much for 3 months of Prime. Thank you to our friend Donna Macaroni. Most effective weapon in modern history is Western propaganda machine. Yeah, no, it provided the sort of framework for this really violent and brutal imperialist foreign policy, and it domestically destroyed working people's ability to fight back when their rights started being systematically taken away and the whole social safety net started getting dismantled. Yeah, they bought themselves like 40 years with no labor movement, basically. Yeah. And that's what you would hope, right? Is that you would hope that this new generation of more militant union leadership and workers will start to actually connect the dots. They're using the Marxist language, right? But they're avoiding taking that step either deliberately or because the theory is not there. But they're using the Marxist language, right? The next step is to start talking more about socialism, not just class warfare and working class power and solidarity, but connecting the dots to Marxism, itself. You would hope that would be the next step, and that's something that the ruling class would be absolutely pissing their pants over if it does kind of take that leap. But when the demands are met, people just go back to work and get too busy for the rest. Well, I guess the way I'm looking at it, though, is that it's not just about this one strike, but an overall growing, increasing sense of class consciousness. And people aren't really ready there's no infrastructure really for like a really mass movement, a mass labor movement or a general strike or anything like that. But over time, with this kind of increasing militancy and with a bunch of smaller successful strikes, it will ultimately increase the overall level of class consciousness and will lay the groundwork for an even more larger and more all-encompassing and more militant labor movement to grow from that.
So it's going to make a huge impact on working families.
Alex,
that was cool, Dr.
Before
Megan,
we go, put this in the context of union activism around the country and around the world this year, almost unprecedented.
Yeah, I mean, in the United States, not unprecedented, but certainly unlike anything we've seen in several decades, certainly in my lifetime. We have still the massive double strike in Hollywood. That is hundreds of thousands of workers, 160,000 just in SAG-AFTRA, another 12,000 of the Hollywood writers. We've seen other strikes, too, across the country, and we've seen near strikes. The Teamsters at UPS came very close to striking, and in doing so won an unprecedentedly strong contract. Right. I think I always tell people to think on a bigger timeline than, say, an electoral cycle when we talk about this. This is the culmination of years of this rising working class, progressive, socialist movement that, you can draw a through line through Occupy Wall Street, Black Lives Matter, the Bernie Sanders presidential campaigns, and now a rising, fighting, working class, organized labor movement that is not just clawing back concessions, but going on the offensive. And you really, when you get deep down into these movements, you see a lot of them are the same people throughout these years. And so this really, a big part of it is also the pandemic, clarified the lines of class, and also heightened the risks for workers like auto workers who had to risk, as Shawn Fain said, the possibility that they would catch a disease at work and die or spread it to their family, all while their employers, the CEOs, and even the plant managers got to work from home. There was very little risk at all. So this is a sort of, I think, expression of pent-up frustration and reform efforts and organizing. And, you know, I think to just to underline it here, I would just say that they have a lot of ground to make up, the auto workers, and they're dead set on trying to do it.
And finally, the video game programmers, the significance of them if they go out on strike, who they are?
Yeah, I mean, this is, again, that's a reflection of, you know, the white-collar workers who have been organizing new unions in mass, you know, in a really remarkable way. We might think that video game programmers have very little in common with, say, auto workers.
Internationalism
but
as
these
well,
are both
right?
sets of workers who, if you read about what the video game developers are going through, massive overwork, incredible stress, incredible pressure, and huge profits for their employers while they don't see any of their fair share. There's many new union campaigns to look out for.
Like people are saying the VFX artists as well.
As we've heard already on this program, you know, when the United Auto Workers strike, and if they win, which I believe that they will, that has effects for everybody else. The UAW is the biggest industrial union in the United States. They historically have played a precedent-setting, pace-setting role for the entire working class, and so that's, you know, it's why we all have to be out there on the picket lines and otherwise supporting them. It'll help us too.
Alex Press, labor reporter at Jacobin Magazine, will link to your latest article, The UAW Strike Matters for the Entire U.S. Working Class. And Marcelina Pedraza, electrician at Ford Assembly Plant in Chicago, member of UAW Local 551.
Cool.
We've won together. Everything working people have ever won, we've won together. Today, America's auto workers are in the fight of our lives. The fight for a decent standard of living. The fight for wages that grow with inflation. The fight to retire with dignity. The fight to protect our communities against plant closures. The fight for better work-life balance so we can see our children grow up and our parents grow old. Winning these demands will take all of us fighting together. It will take a return to our roots. Collective action gave birth to our great union. After years of facing down company thugs, spies, and anti-union laws that favored big business, the auto workers in Flint, Michigan took decisive action. In 1937, they occupied General Motors plants and set off an organizing firestorm in our country. After a few tense months, GM Auto Workers emerged victorious. They had won their union and a contract. The creativity, discipline, and defiant spirit of auto workers was contagious. The sit-down strike sparked a strike wave that quickly spread across the entire working class, everywhere from auto plants to department stores. Nearly 400,000 workers across the U.S. participated in sit-down strikes in 1937, giving birth to a new industrial labor movement. We are once again returning to our roots and reclaiming our tradition of holding the line for working people against unchecked corporate power. That is why we are launching a new kind of strike against Ford, GM, and Stellantis. This is our generation's answer to the sit-down strike of the 1930s. We're calling it the stand-up strike. This is a strike that starts small and builds over time as more and more of us stand up and join the fight. This is a strike that keeps the companies guessing as to where and when the next local will walk out. And just as importantly, we are striking the big three, all three. We told them September 14th is a deadline, and we meant it. The big three have made $250 billion over the last 10 years. They made $21 billion in profits in the first half of this year alone. We will not stand by as corporate executives and the rich continue to make extraordinary profits while the rest of us continue to get left further and further behind. And I want to be clear, our goal is not to strike. Our goal is to bargain a fair contract. But if we have to strike to win economic and social justice, then we will shut down the big three. We are not afraid to fight for what we deserve. We will stand up for ourselves. We will stand up for our families. We will stand up for our communities. So UAW family, be ready. If your local is called to stand up, I know you'll meet the moment, just like the generations that came before us did.
This is a great message.
While some of us are on the picket line, the rest of us will keep organizing our coworkers and our communities. Show management that you are prepared to join the stand-up strike. This is our generation's defining moment. Let's stand up for ourselves and the working class. Let's stand up for future generations. Let's stand up for economic and social justice. Let's stand up and once again make history together.
Yeah, I think that's what I would say, Old Snake Twitch, is that you seem to be taking... I really think it's important to take more of a materialist view of what's going on here rather than the idealist view. This is like a severely weakened labor movement in the West now that's been going on for generations. And what we're seeing, like, whether we decide that it's good enough or that they're going big enough or asking for enough or whether it needs to go... So, like, it's still extremely historic, just the fact that it's getting to this point. And I think when you look at it as a progression that's increasing the amount of militancy, that's increasing the amount of class consciousness, I think that's unquestionably what's going on there. This is going to be a step-by-step process. And the more that these kind of strikes are able to be successful, it's building something even greater to come in the coming years and decades. We can't just like snap our fingers and click our ruby slippers together and just invent a extremely powerful and well-connected and well-organized labor movement. This is a process that takes a really long time. It took decades to destroy the labor movement, and it's going to take time to build it back up to where it needs to be. But this is unquestionably, I think, a really positive step in that direction. You can see the grand bargain Joe is striking, shaping up just like Barry. Yeah. Take the wig. Do you think, dude, TRRS, do you really think I'm wearing a wig? I'm not wearing a wig. This is my actual hair. This is not a wig. No, it's not a wig. It isn't. This is just my normal hair.
You can count on me. You're gonna have good old Rob to talk you through all this.
Jesus. Dr. Maggot, thank you for gifting a sub. Very kind of you. Some people on here who just barges into a Twitch stream. Who just barges into a Twitch stream? Hey, take off your wig. You're wearing a wig. I'm Dude TRRS. Goodbye. Take it easy, Dude TRRS. Okay. Baldrap Truthers. I don't want to start messing it up and yanking on my hair to prove that my hair is real right now because I like how it looks and it's going to get all messed up. How convenient. Oh my goodness. It's too thick and shiny to be real. Well, I don't know what to tell you.
You can count on me. You're going to have good old Rob to talk you through all this.
Weird new kind of trolling, indeed. Thank you, Diego, for a gifted sub as well. It's too luxurious and shiny. I can take these backhanded accusations all day. These complimentary accusations, I should say. I don't know about wigs, but I do know about the friendship triangle, which keeps my hair growing. That's right. It will cure your... If you are experiencing any kind of hair loss, it will cure that, being part of this community. There would be some grays in there if it were real. Ironically, like, I'm getting grays more in my like meager facial hair. That's where they're starting to pop up. Speaking of Chris Smalls, his Labor Day is phenomenal. Where Karl Marx made the manifesto. That's what I mean. You gotta take that step. You gotta take that step to Marx. And that's where you would hope that this burgeoning union movement's gonna go. Yeah, there's this whole thing. So like, this is their whole strategy here, where they have like different plants that can strike at any time. So a fake list of plants was leaked, causing some plants to be emptied of product sent to other locations, leaving the company scrambling today. Let me see if I can find the... Yeah. Word on the street is Ford, GM, and Stellantis were shitting their collective pants trying to figure out which plants would be struck before Fane's announcement. They may have been given the old do-si-do with fake leaked info, prompting scenarios like this. In the members of the UAW, looks like a Facebook group. Absolutely genius. Ford pulls all of the completed engines from the plant I work in, calling in hundreds of trucks to take these engines to their final destination, because my plant was on some piece of paper as a probable strike target, and it was all for naught. I love it. Same thing happened in Spring Hill, Tennessee. They sent 14 trucks of engines to Wentzville today, thinking Spring Hill would be a target, but now trying to pull them back to unload because nobody to unload at Wentzville. It's pretty cool. Yeah, Gallup said 75% showed approval. I think, yeah, like this... This is from the UAW retweeted this. 75% of people. That's I'm sure the mainstream media is going to be working their magic and trying to see if they can put a dent in that number. Biden speaks with auto leaders, strike deadline just hours away.
It's official. They are officially on strike. We've got Gabe Cohen in Wayne, Michigan right now. You're hearing from Shawn Fain, the UAW president.
And they want to call us greedy. They got the whole thing backwards.
What would you say to the CEOs of these auto companies that say the union has not been acting in good faith, that there were delays? What do you make of that?
Let's talk about what good faith is. They've had our economic demands for 6 weeks. We've told them from day one, we expect a bargain now, not wait till the end. They waited till last week. We had to file unfair labor practice charges on 2 companies to get them to come to the table. So they waited till the last week to want to get down to business. Shame on them, and what they're saying is complete BS.
You heard the CEO of Ford say that it would bankrupt them if they met your demands. What do you think of that?
I think it's a joke. You know what? They could double our pay right now. Labor, the cost of labor that goes into a vehicle is 5% of the vehicle. They could double our wages, and they could not raise the price of vehicles, and they would still make billions of dollars. It's a lie like everything else that comes out of their mouth.
The strategy is 3 facilities. What impact do you think that could make on the auto industry as a whole across this country?
We'll find out. You know what? And it's going to keep on building if they don't come to the table for our members.
More facilities are more facilities going to feel this? Are more facilities going on strike?
If they don't take care of our members, they will.
And they're not going to. This is going to grow. That's the really encouraging thing about this. It's going to grow. Because the leadership of these companies is not just going to acquiesce right away, even if they might be scrambling right now. There's been some fucking around going on, and there's going to be some finding out for those folks. Yeah, we need more dudes like this, absolutely, and like Mick Lynch. And he's quoting Malcolm X too. Quoting Malcolm X. Like, this shit is getting real.
It's times like these when we all need to ask ourselves some hard questions. As Malcolm X once stated, if a person tells you they want freedom, but in the next breath will tell you what they won't do to get it, that person doesn't believe in freedom. We have to be willing to stand up and get our demands by any means necessary. So how far are you willing to go? Are you willing to go the distance? Are you willing to stand in solidarity with people you don't know across the entire country? Are you willing to stand up for what you deserve? For what your family deserves? For what Kokomo deserves? For what the entire working class deserves? It's time for the UAW to stand up. It's times like these.
Right? Like, that's pretty good. And Kokomo as well. I know it gets a lot of shit, but the truth that people don't want to admit about that is that it's good. A side topic to what we're discussing, but it's true. It is. Yeah, I mean, come on. This is. I mean, how can you not get excited by this? Where's the one where he talks about billionaires?
Is the union is demanding, asking for a 40% wage increase over 4 years. They're asking for that in part because they say CEOs like yourself, leading the big three, are making those kind of pay increases over the course of the last 4 years. You've seen a 34% pay increase in your salary. You make almost $30 million. Why should your workers not get the same type of pay increases that you're getting leading the company?
Well, if you look at
what do you even do?
My compensation, 92% of it is based on performance of the company. I think one of the strong aspects of the way our compensation for our represented employees is designed is not only are we putting a 20% increase on the table, we have profit sharing. So when the company does well, everyone does well.
They're not making $32 million.
That's resulted in record profit sharing for our represented employees. And I think you have to look at the whole compensation package, not only 20% increase in gross wage, but also the profit sharing aspect of it, world-class health care, and there's several other features. So we think we have a very competitive offer on the table,
this lady
and that's why we
actually
want to get back there and get this done.
But if you're getting a 34% pay increase over 4 years and you're offering 20% to employees right now, do you think that's fair?
Well, I think when you look at the overall structure and the fact that 92% is based on performance, and you look at what we've been doing of sharing in the profitability when the company does well, I think we've got a very compelling offer on the table, and that's the focus I have right now.
Come on. The fucking audacity of some of these people is just unbelievable. And I mean, I think it shows the hollowness of like this kind of neoliberal version of inclusivity, right? And, you know, you can fixate on things like diversity and patriarchy and things like that. And these are all very real things that need to be fought against and struggled against. Absolutely. But it just shows you can plug a woman, you can plug a person of color into any of these positions, and they're going to act in the same way because they're ultimately acting in the class interests of the ownership class, the capitalist class, whether they're a white man or a woman or a person of color or indigenous person or whatever it is, you know? It shows how just swapping out white men and in diversifying that ruling class doesn't actually make life better for women or minorities or anyone else, or people in the LGBTQIA plus community either, right? It's that girl boss liberalism. Where's the thing where he talks about Billy and we can look at that. Here we go. Here's Brandon. I want to hear what Brandon has to say about this. This is just a couple minutes ago.
I respect workers' right to use their options under the collective bargaining system. And I understand the workers' frustration. Over generations, auto workers sacrificed so much to keep the industry alive and strong, especially through the economic crisis and the pandemic. Workers deserve a fair share of the benefits they helped create for an enterprise. I do appreciate that the parties have been working around the clock. And when I first called them at the very first day of their negotiations, I said, please stay at the table as long as you can to try to work this out. And they've been around the clock, and the companies have made some significant offers. But I believe they should go further to ensure record corporate profits mean record contracts for the UAW. Let me say that again. Record corporate profits, which they have, should be shared by record contracts for the UAW. I respect workers' right to use their options.
Not bad. Not bad. He was still, that's still pretty, like, you got to hear both sides, and he's not unequivocally taking the side of the workers. He's not just saying, he's not also saying that you need to just meet their demands. That's, I think, what a pro-union president would say, right? He'd speak directly to the leader ownership of these companies and be like, just pay them what they're asking for. He's talking about finding some common ground and meeting in the middle. And I hope they get record contracts. He's not saying I hope they get specifically exactly what they're asking for. That's what a real pro-union president would do. But it's still, with an incredibly low bar, not so bad coming from the president of the United States. Gets the sound, but then immediately works on breaking the strike. Yeah. We will see. As we know, he has not really lived up to that. Even though they've been, like, there's some, you can point to good things that have happened in the Biden administration in terms of, like, their support for the labor movement. Like I said, it's a really low bar. He also broke that railroad strike last year. There's a number of criticisms that can be made as well. Does anyone have the clip where he talks about billionaires? What's his name? Sean Fain.
When workers ask for their fair share, it's always the end of the world. And no one, the last 4 years in general, okay, in the last decade, these companies made $250 billion in profit. In the last 6 months alone, they made $21 billion in profit. In the last 4 years, the price of cars went up 30%. CEO pay went up 40%. No one said a word. No one had any complaints about that. But now, God forbid that workers actually ask for their fair share of equity in the fruits of the labor and the product they produce. And all of a sudden, it's the end of the world.
They're doing the work.
So
the CEO is not. What did the CEO even do?
The talking heads, the pundits, the companies want to say that if we strike, it can wreck the economy. It's not that we're going to wreck the economy. We're going to wreck their economy, the economy that only works for the billionaire class. It doesn't work for the working class.
Hear that, analysts? All right, UAW President Sean Fain. Thanks for your time today. Appreciate it, sir.
That's pretty good. That's pretty good. And of course, the whole answer whenever anyone talks about that, they're going to wreck the economy. Well, then pay them. If a strike's going to wreck the economy, it seems like the workers are pretty important, so they should get paid what they're asking for. As always. Yeah, Elon Musk would call this hate speech. And thank you, Dr. Maggot, for sending this. Like this kind of language coming from a major labor leader that's calling this major historic labor action. I don't think it should be underestimated how seismic this could possibly be.
You know, I heard this saying once that every billionaire is a policy failure. Truer words have never been spoken. Billionaires, in my opinion, don't have a right to exist. The very existence of billionaires shows us that we have an economy that is working for the benefit of the few and not the many. I say the same's true for poverty wages and long hours. We need to wipe them out. The labor movement once fought for a vision of work life in which everyone had 8 hours for work, 8 hours for rest, and 8 hours for recreation. Sadly, it feels like we've gone so far backwards that we have to fight just to have the 40-hour work week back. Why is that? So another asshole can make enough money to shoot himself to the moon? You know, I heard this saying once that every billionaire is a policy failure. Truer words have never been spoken.
Oh my goodness. That's what's funny about this guy. Like he's kind of mild-mannered. He's not like Mr. Charisma, but the language is fantastic. The language is really great. Like this is what, like, there's so much shit to be depressed about and to feel hopeless about. So I think splitting hairs about this and saying, well, it could have been this, it should have been this. I mean, that I think is like a really like wrong-headed way to look at what's happening here. We're seeing a process that's taking place, right? A process, an increasing class consciousness. That's something that's like really, we should be happy about. We should all be happy about. And here's the thing that about this like whole temp worker. This is a big factor in the UPS strikes a couple weeks ago, or the possibility of the UPS strike. One of their main demands was getting rid of this like multi-tiered payment system, which had been implemented under the previous contract when the union was being led by a less militant, more like conciliatory leadership. That created this two-tiered system, which divides the whole working class, divides the whole labor movement. So here's a video that's more specific about what that's about.
The only time that I got off was I physically got sick, like exhausted, and went to the ER, and that was how I got a day off. They will literally work you until you fall.
I have to work 2 jobs, and that takes a lot of time from my kids. It takes a lot of time from my family.
Occasionally I will get shipped in on Sunday, so I will work 7 days in a row, which would be 70 hours.
I know a lot of people are like, oh, you guys are just crybabies, and it's like, no, we're not. We shouldn't have to work this hard, go through all these hoops just to make a living. Like
the patriotic socialist must be very confused with this. She's got green hair. Does that count as being a working class person? I don't know. I'm sure those people are all finding a way to talk about the woke unions or whatever and how it's not something anyone should support. I'm sure they're all coming up in their little group chats, bending over backwards, trying to justify how it's not actually something they should be talking about.
Having a union job used to mean something.
I would really like to have a union job.
I see full-timers, they can work 40 hours a week and they're good. I would like to work 40 hours a week and be able to take care of my family.
It just sucks. We're working full-time hours. Why am I still only a supplemental? Why am I still only a temp if I'm doing the exact same amount as a full-timer?
So full-timers, they make double what we make.
The girl working next to me is literally making $32 an hour, and I'm sitting a little over 17. Like, there's no difference in what we are doing. We are physically doing the same jobs.
As a supplemental, you start out at $15.78 an hour. After 4 years, you reach the maximum you can get, $19.28 an hour. You cannot get any more raises after that. When it comes to full-time, they start out at $17 an hour, and they cap out at $32 an hour. I'm currently capped out at $19.28 an hour.
Your full-timers that have the 401ks and the top out at 32 or 33 get their days off, their profit sharing, their health, dental, vision.
We don't get quality bonuses, we don't get sick pay, we don't get bereavement.
Like, we're not making what we should be making, and that's not me being a greedy millennial, that's the truth.
The
Being
UAW
at
has
the
gone
bottom,
woke.
you kind of get what nobody wants to do.
So it starts to toll on you, and like you could be 25 feeling like you're 45.
When I was on the line, I ended up having a seizure. I was terrified. Honestly, I thought I was gonna die. I thought I was gonna die there at work, and I ended up having to have a brain surgery. After the surgery, I was out of work for a while, and as a SC, we don't get paid sick leave, so I had to basically come back as soon as possible because I had no money coming in. They were marking me absent even though I was in the ER, even though they know I left work in the ambulance. I was terrified that I was gonna lose my job and I'd have absolutely nothing to come back to.
I've missed funerals. I've missed birthdays. I'm gonna try not to curse, but it feels like trash.
I didn't realize that coming into it.
You didn't
I didn't know
find
that
someone to
there was
cover?
people there for 7, 8 years who aren't full-time yet.
It's something I've just been waiting for so long to happen that I've put so much off. Like, I could have gone to other places and make more than I'm making now, but I've held on to the hope that I will roll over at some point because I love my job. I love making the Jeeps. I'm proud of the Jeeps. I want to be a part of the Jeep history, so it's something I want to stay a part of.
This time around, we're like, no, these are things we want, and we don't want to back down.
I've been told throughout this thing that we've set expectations too high. You're damn right we have.
I would like to see a time cap on how long you can be a part-time worker. I'd like to see a lot of the ones that have been here already, you know, me, myself included, become full-time, have that opportunity.
We can make it better. Will it be overnight? No, but I want to be part of that and help make it better if I can.
And I want a steady schedule. I don't want just, oh, hey, you got to come in. Well, what if I got plans? Well, that sucks. You got to cancel them plans. You got to come in. It's so frustrating.
I don't live to work, but it's felt like that for a while. You know, I want to, you know, work and be able to live.
I know for a fact a lot of people that have physically said if this contract is trash, they're leaving. They might not have a lot of supplementals if they don't treat us right this next contract.
I will be one of the first ones on that line, picketing, striking, ready to go. I'm sure there's thousands of employees ready to go.
Nearly 99% of us voted yes to support a strike. That's proof Toledo's ready.
Let's find some videos of Jim Cramer freaking out.
Pairing.
Let's hear from Jim Cramer about this. The financial TV guy that's wrong about absolutely fucking everything.
We are preparing to strike these companies in a way they've never seen before.
Jim, you said Ford does have the best offer. I think at 20.
Well, I'm going to posit something.
The man you saw just now, I think, is a paper tiger. He's coming in and saying, well,
It's the
they've never
bosses of
seen
the
anything
paper
like
tigers.
it. I think there's a nuclear option on the table if he's not careful. And that nuclear option is a country called Mexico.
They should try it.
Much, but if you say
They should try it.
and we're going to stay at 40%, there's no give. Well, you know what? Monterrey, Puebla, Querétaro.
There's the capacity to have that happen, not overnight.
Mercedes did it in 2 years.
2 years would be a long time to.
Why? They don't have that much demand. You put that out there and you say, listen, all the new, you want to know where the new ones are going to be made? We're going to continue to make the old ones. But Puebla's got a 55,000 person factory for VW, and they got a good educational workforce. It's $5 an hour, no real pollution control rules. That's not to be mentioned. Have free health care. So you know what? You want to play ball? You want to keep doing this? Mexico.
Glad to see
They
you
should
standing
try
up
it.
for the American worker here.
Like, people should be not only ashamed to say this kind of shit on TV, but should be scared to do so. Like, I genuinely think that not only is it just shameful the way that you're taking the sides of the bosses and like suggesting that auto industry, the ownership of these companies should be threatening workers to move all their jobs to Mexico. These multi-millionaire CEOs and the folks that run these companies. Not only should you be embarrassed to go on there and defend these incredibly wealthy and powerful people, but I think it should come with some genuine like physical fear of your personal safety. That's the thing. The ruling class is not trembling enough. They're starting to get the message, but they're still not scared enough, though. Clearly. You should not be able to go on TV and say this shit without having serious personal consequences. I'll say that.
Jim, thanks for that.
Well, no, I was a union member twice. One was completely corrupt when I led a wildcat strike and was fired.
Oh, okay.
That was not good.
But in this case, you seem to believe that the automakers have
sounds drunk.
Well, I just think that
the
this
upper
man,
hand.
And I like, the union. You could say that they're way behind. The wages aren't the same as how
his
well.
point would be that they have barely kept up. They haven't kept up with even the pace of inflation
20%.
since
So you go to
2007.
25. Go to are they not?
No,
You're not satisfied
40.
with 25% increase? I think most of America is. Ford's the most unionized company in America. It is.
What about the way that they say they're going to strike, which
No,
would be
not 25,
not
40
across the board,
Well,
but
Stellantis
specific?
is the one that you want to go up. Oh, you mean targeted factories?
Yes, targeted
So you
factories.
target the F-150 because it makes a lot of money, the F-150 hybrid. They can build a hybrid very easily in Monterrey.
B of A took a crack at that, what they're calling a standing strike, where you go after individual facilities. Their argument is it'd be very difficult and inefficient for any of the operators to coexist with that. So they see likely, if it goes that way, makes sense to shut down, lay off the workers, and restart if and when you get a deal.
Well, look, I think this man. I would not say that Sean Fain is a paper tiger had they.
You just said he was a paper tiger.
No, I said I wouldn't say if they had raised a lot of money in a strike fund. Their strike fund is 5 weeks. Well, they can pay you $500, $600
Yeah,
a week,
they
and
can
then you're
get-
out of
there's
money.
more where that came
People
from, Jim.
like to get paid. You can't hold out. I mean, these guys are not like
There's
you're
more
just
where
running
that
back.
came from.
Solely on
They're
the
not.
fact that, right,
They're not
on
like
the-
a running back who's going to hold out and get a big deal. There's no big deal if you hold out. And you've got to put food on the table. I'm just saying that Sean Fain, when you listen to him, he sounds like he's the president of the United States. No, president of something higher than the United States. He's not. And he won by a very slim amount. And I have a factory in Mexico. Let me tell you something. It's fantastic. Well, my wife does.
We are going to.
My wife has a factory in Mexico. What the fuck? Yeah, this style of negotiating has been so great for the working class in America. What, they offered 20, then go up to 25, and then settle on 22. Yeah, that exact negotiation style has been really great for working class people in the labor movement for the last 40 years. This kind of attitude. Oh, maybe they offered 20%. Maybe we can get them all the way up to 22.5. Let's start at 25. This is also known as the Democratic Party or the liberal negotiating strategy. Let's negotiate before we even sit down. Let's give into a bunch of their demands before we even sit down at the table. That's how Jim Cramer would recommend that working class people organize. Let's give up before this thing even starts. Let's cave in before we even get going. Yeah, the Obama pre-cave approach, exactly. And yeah, talking about the strike fund, like they can raise money. These people can raise money. Look at the support that they're seeing already from people. They can raise money. They can increase their strike fund. That's not going to be an issue. Jim Cramer. I wish all that Central Park stuff was true that Chris Matthews was freaking out about.
Ratio of CEO pay, the CEO ratio of CEO pay to average worker pay at this plant is 365 to 1, and they're telling workers to keep making these concessions. The CEO.
They offered 20 just go up to 25. And maybe you can settle on 21.8. No, how about 40? How about that? It's amazing that Jim Cramer is still relevant considering the fact that he's been wrong about, like, his whole thing is about understanding like financial markets, and I've never seen a time of him like accurately providing any kind of like accurate analysis before. He's famous for like getting everything wrong.
Hey, great job. All right, anyway. Okay, Peter writes, should I be worried about Bear Stearns in terms of liquidity and get my money out of there? No, no, no. Bear Stearns is fine. Do not take your money out. This is really, look, if there's one takeaway other than the plus 400 somebody, Bear Stearns is not in trouble. I mean, if anything, they're more likely to be taken over. Don't move your money from Bear. That's just being silly.
Oh, that's good. That's good. That's very funny. Just do whatever the opposite of Jim Cramer says. If you're the unions, don't listen to Jim Cramer's union negotiating strategies that he's offering up there. Like, it's safe to say that if he's freaking out about something, it's a good time to... It's a good sign that you're doing something right. There was another Jim Cramer. There's another Jim Cramer clip. Well, whatever. Jim Cramer. What a guy.
Meantime, the UAW strike looming this evening, the contract talks nearing that deadline. Phil LeBeau is here now with the GM North America president. Phil, take it away.
Thank you, Scott. Mark Royce, president of General Motors. You just made a fourth offer earlier today to the UAW. Let's talk about this a little bit, because a lot of people are saying, what is...
Sorry, we can look at that, but I wanted to look at this.
So what happens next? Well, next
from
week,
4
the
weeks
UAW
ago.
will formally vote on whether to authorize a strike. And the way things are going, you have to assume they will go through with it. Then the automakers and the UAW will have to about a month to reach the deal, and then if they can't get there...
I feel like I'm being mean. Does he have some kind of undisclosed medical issue? Why is he talking like that? He sounds like he had a stroke or something, and he's not able to use his words properly.
September 14th, and the workers put down their tools. And a strike can be very expensive. Ford and GM are making 200,000 and 225,000 vehicles per month. Each one represents about 12 grand of earnings for interest, taxes, and I got to tell you something. According to Wells Fargo, a strike, we get this, would therefore cost GM $2.7 billion and Ford $2.4 billion in earnings before interest and taxes. I don't like that. It helps explain where the stocks are. To put that in perspective, Ford's currently guiding for $11 billion to $12 billion operating income this year. So even if we assume a month-long strike only costs them $2 billion, that's still a meaningful chunk of their profits. But, and this is an enormous but, I'm not that worried about a strike by the UAW. It's definitely not a reason to sell the automakers. Why not? First off, this is a one-off cost. Once the strike's over, it immediately is in the rearview mirror. Wall Street only cares about the future, not the past. So unless the strike goes on endlessly because they said the people refuse to collectively bargain, well, it's not the end of the world.
Don't miss a second of Mad Money. Follow @JimCramer on Twitter. Have a question? Tweet Kramer. #MadTweets.
#MadTweets.
So what happens?
GM bringing to the table?
Well,
20% raise over the life of this contract, 4.5 years.
This
correct?
was 20
That's
hours
correct.
ago.
Yep, and that you know, if you look at that and some of the spikes that happen from an
This is
inflation
GM President
standpoint,
Mark Rios.
you know, we're getting a lot of people into a great place here for us, employee-wise.
So you've got that. Plus, for the first time, and I want you to talk about this, you are basically saying the facilities, the plants that we have, we're going to be, that's through the life of this contract. We're not planning to close any of these plants.
No, that's job security, and that's very important to not only our team members and every employee in General Motors, but also the communities that these plants and our suppliers are in. And, you know, that's a big deal because if you, look, I've been around a while in GM, and having our plants and our communities fully facilitized with the promise of 2 more EV investments and a 3rd propulsion EV investment in one of our traditional ICE plants. You know, we're doing that. We have vertically integrated all of that. A lot of our competition hasn't, but we chose to do that, use our full footprint, and really capacitize. So it's a big deal for us.
Yeah, but you've heard what Shawn Fain, president of the UAW, said. It's not enough. Are they negotiating in good faith? Are you frustrated?
You know, these are never easy negotiations, but I got to tell you, we are 120% at the table, bargaining and negotiating the offer that we gave today. The subcommittees are all doing that right now, and so this is a true give and take right now. So it's happening. One thing I will say, though, you know, July 18th. The day that we got, you know, the first list of the demands and the requests by the UAW leadership and the president, that was when we started. And so there were 1,000 things that we've been working through until we get to, you know, the last pieces and the time deadline that we have tonight. So we've been doing that all the way through in a very, very, very conscientious and hard effort and result work.
If the UAW goes on strike at midnight, and we've been told it's going to be at least 3 of your transmission and engine plants, how quickly will that shut down final production?
Well, you know, it doesn't take long. More importantly, it hurts everybody. It hurts our employees. It hurts the communities where these plants are. Our supply bases, our tier 1s, our tier 2s, our tier 3s. And for every one of those people that are out of work at one of these facilities that we have, there's 6 other people in the community that are affected. So the buying power in our plants, 2,000, 3,000, 4,000, 5,000 people in some cases. The buying power in those communities is really large. The economy, the communities, it's all affected. That would be a very sad outcome.
When you've gone into some of these negotiations in these sessions, has Sean Fain been in there, and what's your take on how he's conducting himself?
He has been in there, Phil, and this has all been in good faith. It has been happening, but as I said, I set the record straight on when we started, and that was July 18th.
But are you frustrated?
I don't know if frustrated is the right word. We are intensely focused on getting the agreement.
And one last question. The ripple effect of this. This is an extended strike over several weeks. How damaging is it?
It's really, if you think about, again, the communities, the employees, the livelihoods of the families, of all of our employees.
Oh, we're so concerned with the livelihoods of the families.
This is something, we have made the investments. We spent $35 billion on the biggest transformation in the auto industry has ever seen, and we're ready to go. The best job security is great products with great people and high quality. We've got all the ingredients. We're ready to go. And so this would really put a tremendous strain on what we have already in place, and we're ready to execute.
Not really. Trying to get there. We've been working hard. These bargaining committee, these guys have been busting their asses.
Sounds like you need to pay these workers.
The companies have chose. From day one, we've told these companies, we don't expect them to delay and drag things out, and that's what they've chose to do. We didn't want to be here. We want a fair agreement. We want fair economic and social justice for our members. That's what this is all about, and it's a shame. They've drug it out. They waited till the last week. So here we are. We got to do what we got to do.
You've got a long list of demands.
One simple trick. The union bosses hate this trick.
This
They
industry
just
is
pay
trying to
them.
move to an electric future. You've got competitors for these big three automakers paying a lot less in some cases for labor than these companies. How can you expect to actually get everything you're asking?
Shame on those competitors, number one. All this is the companies are trying to drive a race to the bottom, and we're better than that. America's better than that.
You talk about the raises that in your presentation the other night, you talked about the raises that are currently on the table from the big three. They've made some concessions. You've said they're not enough, but they have made some concessions. Have you put out any olive branches so far?
We gave counter offers. And that's the first misconception that some of the corporate CEOs have been putting out, saying we haven't countered. We've countered. We've had very constructive conversations. We made counter offers again tonight. It's their fault. It's a shame that they waited to the last week to start meeting with us.
What do you say to Americans all over the country who might hear a roughly 20% pay raise sounds pretty good?
Well, you know what sounds good to me? There's a serious double standard in this country right now. There's a billionaire class and there's the rest of us. We're all expected to sit back and take the scraps and live paycheck to paycheck and scrape to get by. We're second-class citizens. And, the sad reality is, when corporations fail, we pay the price. Our workers pay the price. We made all the sacrifice in the economic, in the Great Recession. And, the sad reality is, they've had a decade of record profits. When they're profitable, it's all theirs. They want to keep it all. And the sad reality is, they've made $250 billion, the big three have, in the last decade. $21 billion in profits in the first 6 months of this year.
Why these three?
The price of cars have went up 30% in the last 4 years. CEO pay went up 40%. Nobody cried a river. Nobody put fear out then saying what it'll do to the economy. But by God, when workers ask for their fair share, it's the end of the world. It's got to stop. We're better than that, America.
Why these three plants?
We've got to start somewhere, and you know what? It's all about strategy. So you know what? Now, I'm not going to get into our strategies, but you know what? We got a lot of smart people. We got a lot in our IAB that work hard. This bargaining committee, all these bargaining members, and we have a strategy we've mapped out, and we got a playbook we're going to play by. This is up to the companies. If they come to the pump and they take care of their workers, we'll be back to work. But if they don't, we'll keep amping it up.
What did President Biden tell you on Thursday?
I don't really want to get into politics right now, so this is about our workers.
What do you need from the White House? Are they doing enough?
Again, I don't want to talk about politics. This is about our members tonight. This is about us doing what we got to do to take care of the working class. This isn't just about the UAW. This is about working people everywhere in this country. No matter what you do for a living, you deserve your fair share of equity.
Ford CEO is saying that there's a potential for layoffs at plants that are not striking, depending on what happens in the next several hours. How can you protect all of those workers if they're not going to be getting strike pay?
We're going to take care of our members. No one's going to be left behind, but at the end of the day,
You're going to spread the strike
we've got
out
to do
people
what we've
who are
got
laid off?
to do to take care of our members. We got to do what we got to do to get our share of economic and social justice in this country.
Does strike pay go to people who are not striking?
That'll all be worked out. That'll all be determined by our Secretary of Treasury.
possible.
Yes.
Okay. How long are you willing to go?
As long as we have to. One day more than these companies want to hold out. It don't matter to us. We're going to be out here until we get our share of economic justice, and it doesn't matter how long it takes. That's up to the companies. They need to come to the table and get real about taking care of their members that they call family.
Ford is saying that they got the first real substantive counteroffer from you tonight. What do you think?
He's drunk on the air as
I
Joel's
say
drunk
Ford
posting.
never made a substantive counteroffer until the last week. You know what? They have had our demands for 5 to 6 weeks now. They've done nothing. None of the big three did anything. We had to file ULPs, unfair labor charges, against 2 companies just to get them moving in the last week. This is on them. They all waited till the last week to start talking.
What about the claim from Ford that you didn't show up on Tuesday for a meeting with the CEO?
You know what's ironic for them to say that? I've been at meetings every day, every week for the last 8 weeks. Jim Farley and Bill Ford have been missing in action. They came to the opening ceremony, and until last week, it's the first time they've been back. So that's shameful on them to even make that mistake. We've been there every day.
Last question for you. The longer this goes on, the more Americans this could impact.
Yeah,
we
it
want
is
the
smart.
country to know about why they should be on your side.
This is about America. This is about
Fresh off the
America.
talk
This is
about
about being
branding.
better for everyone. It's about us all getting our fair share.
Don't make it
You know,
partisan.
people want to talk about fear. They want to put fear into this, and they want to talk about class warfare. Class warfare has been going on in this country for the last 40 years. It's the billionaire class and everybody else. We're all left to live paycheck to paycheck and scrape to get by, and those days are over.
No, Dave, I can hold this mic. Thank you.
Yeah, I mean, as we're saying, it's really encouraging. There's a lot of stuff to feel very despondent about. There's a lot of pessimism. There's more than enough pessimism to go around about our future, but this kind of increasing class consciousness, this increasing labor militancy is something that gives me a lot of optimism. It's pretty exciting. Pretty cool stuff. Anyway, I'm going to keep on following this story. I'm going to take a little interlude and maybe just go take a short break. Before I go, though, folks, before I go on a little break, we got going on 2 hours into the stream. And just remind folks that if you want to support this show and this community and support that work that I do here on twitch.tv every single day. I don't have a union.
You can count on me. You're going to have good old Rob to talk you through all this.
I don't have a union. I don't even have a wage. My wage here as a Twitch streamer is $0 per hour. I don't have a sick days.
You can count on me. You're going to have good old Rob to talk you through all this.
I don't have dental. I got nothing. I just have you, the chat. I've got Sunny Sola. Thank you, Sunny Sola, for the 4 gifted subs. That's very kind. Thank you, Sunny Sola. And thank you, Bleep Lord, as well, for the 3 gifted subs. I don't have any of that stuff. Maybe one day I would like to. Maybe one day I can have an actual wage. Right now, I just have you, the chat, the viewer, the listener. So if you can, please subscribe to TRRS. As you know, I must make the little number go up every single day. Every single day, I must make the little number go up. That's my whole job. That's my whole life, is just every day I sit down in my chair here and I try to make the little number go up. Just don't fly to the moon, please. Well, I can't guarantee. I can't make any guarantees about that. Almost 41 and still don't have health care. Well, and I'm fortunate enough to live somewhere where there's still basic universal health care, even though it's not really universal because it doesn't cover the bones in your mouth, and a number of other things. It's being increasingly defunded. It's being increasingly privatized, but I still am able to go see a doctor if I need to, which is that's one thing. But those are your luxury bones. That's right. But if anyone else wants to support me and the work that I do and try and help me make the little number go up, even if it goes all the way up to the moon, you can do so for $5 per month. You can gift subscriptions or friend coin or tips. Right now it is Slubtember, so converting to a tier 2 or tier 3 sub or a 3-month to 6-month sub is discounted. Later in the month, gift subs are going to be discounted as well, so I'm going to do one more big slubathon before the end of the month at least. But yeah, folks, that's it. I'm going to take a break in a few moments. Does anyone else, does any other brave hero want to step forward? Yesterday, I really looked to it was really remarkable yesterday, right before the end of the stream. It was not a good day. It was a slow day. And I looked to the east at dawn of the third day, waiting for Gandalf and the Rohirrim to bail me out. And they did. They came to my rescue. Will a similar hero step forth today to support TRRS and help me finish out the week strong by making the little number go up? I'm a brave hero. I have a Gandalf beard. I couldn't even grow a Gandalf beard if I wanted to. Just not an option for me.
You can count on me. You're going to have good old Rob to talk you through all this.
Hi, Rob.
Barrier Trio Bean. Thanks for 4 months of tier 1. I appreciate that. Thank you very much. You can grow a Gandalf stash. I actually just trimmed my mustache because yesterday I felt like it was just getting to the point where it was a little too outrageous. It was getting a little walrusy, and I had to kind of rein it in a little bit. I don't really feel, sometimes I'd like to try and sing and dance and entertain people. I don't really have the energy to do the whole dancing thing and the whole humiliating myself for your benefit thing that some people in the community seem to enjoy when I do that. I've had kind of a bit of a headache this whole time.
We simply use the computer to mark up the size of the account.
Thank you, Sasha, for the 100 friend coin. She said more like Rob Roxo. Well, there we go. Thank you. Thank you, Sasha. I really appreciate it. Low Energy Friday. It's been my first full week of streaming in a while, so even though I'm just sitting in my chair and yammering all day, we got almost a hype train. One gifted sub could trigger that hype train. Well, maybe next time. That's okay. That's okay. It takes courage to crude. Well, that's the thing. It's like, even though I am low energy, a little bit of a headache, I still will abide by my 50 sub karaoke promise. You all know about the TRRS 50 sub karaoke promise. And when I do hit 50 subs in a day, I will sing a little song, no matter how I'm feeling. I believe the next song that I settled on is Sailing by Christopher Cross. And if I get there today, if it's tomorrow, if it's next week, whenever it is, the next time I get to 50 subs, I will sing a little song. Even though I just played the instrumental of Sailing the other day and it got muted.
You can count on me. You're going to have good old Rob to talk you through all this.
That's a good one, right, Donna? I know. That's a really good one. Thank you, Dr. Maggot, for another gifted sub. That's very kind of you, Dr. Maggot. Thank you. Do we hear one more before the break? Do we hear 15 before the break? Can we turn the 14 into a 15? Can I physically concentrate on that 14 and just will it to become a 15? Can I do that? So, you know it's serious when like Professor X puts the second set of fingers to the temple.
You can count on me. You're gonna have good old Rob to talk you through all this.
Oh, I fucked it up. I fucked it up.
You can count on me. You're gonna have good old Rob to talk
Too
you through
powerful.
all this.
I used too much. I put too much sauce on that one. Thank you, Dapper Cat. Very first gifted sub from Dapper Cat. Thank you, Dapper Cat. And thank you, Johnny, as well, for 2 gifted subs. That's very kind of you. That's very kind of both of you. I will have to check, Dapper Cat, I'll have to check with HR about your refund there. I don't know how that works exactly. I'm going to have to check with financials. TRRS, the financial department. In the whole TRRS complex that I'm in right now. The office building. The budget's been kind of rough in the Dialectically household. I get it. It's been very rough in my household as well. I know the feeling. Okay, I was trying to get to 15, but now there's this hype train, so now I just have to sit here until the end of the hype train. So, not only, folks,
you can
if
count
you
on me,
subscribe
you're gonna have good
and
old
contribute
Rob
to the stream,
to talk you through all this.
like Nakolis, thank you, Nakolis, for 5 months of Tier 1. Now, not only can you support me and the work that I do here, but you can also get exclusive emotes. Hype train emotes. That's exciting. Philip Seymour Huffman from Bookie Nights. I'm so fucking idiot. I fucked up.
You can count on me. You're gonna have good old Rob to talk you through all this.
Thank you, Part Ian. For the gifted sub. Thank you, Part Ian. I really appreciate it. I do think about just getting a union job sometimes. Sometimes I think like I really enjoy this kind of like independent media and the stuff that I do and podcasting and all this stuff. Like I'm passionate about it. I love doing it. I feel like I'm good at doing it. I'm going to continue doing that. I think that I may get to a point where I just try and become like a bus driver though. Sometimes I do think that like I could just drive a bus, which is like in the grand scheme of things a way more important job in terms of like the social fabric of your society than like having some kind of email job or whatever. Just drive a bus, have a union job, decent salary, benefits. That would be kind of nice. I really do think about that sometimes. Maduro was a bus driver. That's right. He's who I'm following there. I may get to that point eventually. I'm not quite there yet, but I may get there eventually. I feel like I would be a good bus driver. I'm a good driver. I should fix this song. I really like this song, but I think I could make it better. I think I could have a better snare sound there and have a little bit more of a lift in that chorus section. Driving a bus sounds stressful as hell. I mean, I guess it probably could be. The driving part I think I would be okay with. It's more the like having to talk to people thing that I think I'd have a harder time with. That's the part that makes it more stressful sounding to me. We got a minute left in this level 2 hype train, folks. We get to level 3. Yeah, you can own me by continuing this awkward hype train. You could really get one over on me by getting to level 3. And I'd say, oh, shucks. Oh, shucks. There are some characters here on the bus in Portland.
We simply
yeah, I mean, it's the
use
same
the computer
thing
to mark up the size of the account.
Sasha, thank you for another 100 friend coin. That's very kind of you. Oh, darn it. Oh, darn. No, I know. I mean, that's kind of something that you have to kind of deal with on public transit in a society where you don't have any resources for people that need help. They end up getting. You hear a lot about the metro workers here in Montreal are like one of the city workers that interact with homeless people the most. Which should not be their jobs. Like, it's not, if you work in the metro, it's not your job to like deal with that social problem, right? You already have a job. There you go. Look at that. You got some hype train emotes. Wonderful. A metro driver stopped some people from moving a queen mattress in frame. Never seen one get off the pod they're in. That's a pretty bold move. And it moved the whole bed frame and the queen mattress. Just finding some like video content to put on here. Okay, I'll be right back, okay, folks? Gonna take a short break. Come back up, plenty more to talk about. Hello. Hello. How's it going, chat? How's this movie? Anyone paying attention to this? First spaceship on Venus. (1960). Never seen this one. Oh, it's going good. Just took a little brief moment to sit outside. It started off pretty chilly today, but now it's kind of a nice sunny 20 degrees. Sat out on the patio for a few moments. Looked at the street. A little relaxing time for Rob. I also had a little weed. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. That's right. That's right. It's getting wild over here. It's Friday. It's Friday night. Well, no, it's not. It's Friday afternoon, but it's going to be soon. It doesn't count if it's SQDC weed. Well, it isn't. It's from my vape pen, which is actually not technically legal here in Quebec. So there we go. The bad boy of Twitch. I've often called myself the bad boy of Twitch, and I don't think I say it enough. I think we need to revive that bit, that gimmick. That's a good gimmick. That's a really good gimmick. The bad boy of Twitch. I'm gonna bring that back. That's right, chat. I'm a loner. I'm a loner, chat. A rebel. It's me, Rob. The bad boy of Twitch. What if I Twitch streamed like this? Rob Rousseau, you mean Twitch's notorious enfant terrible? You have never looked more French, you think so? Yeah, I was thinking more Unabomber. Thank you, Dave. Yeah, I like these glasses. I got these glasses at Walmart. The Unirobber, that's good. You like this, Marty? Okay. You look like you're going to give me your EDM mixtape. We actually are listening to my own electronic music right now, so kind of is. It's kind of exactly like that. French that the hood changed the dynamic. Okay, I see. What movie is this? It's the movie First Spaceship to Venus. (1960). I should just stream like this and see if I bring in any new community members. I feel like if this is in the thumbnail, there's going to be more people there on Twitch that are going to be like, whoa, what's going on here? What's going on here? I need to click on this. Right? I feel like that's possible. Sub to Robert at the bomb. I'm not going to start threatening to bomb people if they don't sub. Like, for one thing I will not do on here is say, subscribe to this channel or I will blow up your house. Imagine if I said something like that, how much trouble I could get in. So you will never catch me saying that or anything else like that. I would never say anything like that because it's not true. First of all, first and foremost, that's not something that I would ever do. As you know, and also, even as a joke, it might be confusing. It just might be confusing. It could, like, even if you were joking, I mean, it would be serious if someone were to hear you say that. So
you can count on me. You're going to have good old Rob to talk you through all this.
Hello, police.
Johnny Dialectically, thank you for the 3 months. Thank you. So I'm not going to say anything like that. I'm not going to say it now. I never have said anything like that. And again, it's not something I would do.
You can count on me. You're
I'm not going to say it as a joke, and obviously I'm not going to do it.
PLZ Rob, not my house. It's where I keep my stuff.
Thank you, Igloo, for the 8 months. Tier 1. You don't need to worry about me blowing up your house because I'm not going to blow up your house. That was never an issue that anyone would need to worry about, ever.
We simply
under any circumstances.
use the computer to mark up the size of the account.
Imagine entering chat to Rob threatening to bomb chat's house. Thank you for the 100 friend coin, Dimitri. And again, I wouldn't do that, so I wouldn't sit here. It would be stupid and foolish to sit here on twitch.tv and say, you must subscribe to this channel or I will bomb your home. It would be insane to say something like that. Again, first of all, it's not true. And second of all, it's just you can't make those kinds of threats to people on this platform. It's against the terms of service of using this platform. So on a number of levels, it would be a foolish thing to say to ever imply anything like that. I think I know exactly what YouTube video this is that you're sending. Oh, no, it's not. That's not it.
Don't ever, for any reason, do anything to anyone, for any reason, ever, no matter what, no matter where or who you are with, or where you are going, or where you've been. Ever, for any reason whatsoever.
TRRS on my lunch break. We love it. Thank you, Eddie. Welcome. I sent the joke, the video you're thinking of. You missed it though. Rob is doing the joke, and it's of course.
Hi, I'm Trevor Moore. Did you know that it's illegal to say I want to kill the President of the United States of America? It's illegal. It's a federal offense. It's one of the only sentences that you're not allowed to say. Now, it was okay for me to say it right then because I was just telling you that it's illegal to say I want to kill the President of the United States of America.
R.I.P.
I'm not actually saying it. I'm just letting you know that it's illegal to say that. It's kind of like a public service. I'm letting you know so that you don't accidentally go out and say something like that. But what's interesting is that it's very illegal to say, I really, really think someone out there should kill the President of the United States of America. That's illegal, extremely illegal, very, very illegal, but not illegal to say with a mortar launcher. because that's its own sentence. It's an incomplete sentence, but it may have nothing to do with the sentence before that. So that's perfectly fine, perfectly legal. I also found out that it's incredibly illegal, extremely illegal, to go on television and say something like the best place to fire a mortar launcher at the White House would be from the roof of the Rockefeller Hewitt building because of minimal security and you'd have a clear line of sight to the president's bedroom. Insanely illegal. Ridiculously, recklessly, insanely illegal. Yet even more illegal to show an illustrated diagram. Insanely illegal, ridiculously, horribly felonious, because they will come to your house in the middle of the night and they will lock you up. Extremely against the law. One thing that is technically legal to say is that we have a group that meets Fridays at midnight under the Brooklyn Bridge, and the password is 6 Semper Tyrannis.
That's very good. That's very good. R.I.P. Anyway, that's exactly why I would never say, and I encourage none of you to ever say, no one in this community would ever say, subscribe to TRRS or I will plant a bomb in your home and destroy it. I'm not saying it. You're not saying it. I would never say anything like that or imply anything like that. I would never do anything like that either, so I'm not doing that. And I know you all understand that. Yeah, the diagram part is really good. I think a mortar launcher really makes it puts it in the realm of obvious parody. No one has a mortar launcher. Fight or flight mode. No one's house is in danger. This is the most important thing to remember. No one's home or their cats isn't under any danger from me. Just in case that's not abundantly clear. Yeah, the wig held on through all that. What was with that guy? Jeez. The kind of type of shit I have to put up with on here sometimes. Eventually, I'm gonna have to get back into, you know, I've got some more stuff to talk about with Ukraine and everything. I like to think the wig guy is still watching. He's like, oh, I really like this. I didn't have time to tolerate that kind of shit today. I'm not tolerating this kind of BS. Not to get too rude here. No one is a mortar launcher, sir. This is America. Okay, there's maybe a couple of mortar launchers floating out there. Maybe. He's a stream-to-stream wig salesman. It's like, no, I'm 40 years old and I just look like this. Okay? I just happen to look like this. I do think I'm going to have to get it cut a little bit. I'm kind of liking the longer hair, the shaggier hair, but I do think I got to do something with it. If anything, just to like give it a little shape, so if I grow it even more in the winter, it's like, it's not just this wild, crazy, tangled nest. Even if it's just that, I think I got to do something. I feel like I am starting to get a few gray hairs. I can't really tell right now, but I think there's a couple. There's starting to be a couple in there. Finally, a streamer's going to cut their hair. Maybe. We'll see. We'll see. No guarantees. I don't think I could ever be a bun guy, Dimitri. I really don't. My hair is too, like, curly, or I don't know. It's just, I don't think that's for me. It's not for me. You know, I'm not going to go and criticize people that have buns or the man buns or whatever it is. If you want to do that, that's fine. I don't think it's my thing, though. I don't think I could pull that off. You'll need to use product to make it not look like shit. I did put in some of my product the other day. I think I'm just getting it trimmed is just going to be probably something that I should do. Actually, I started turning gray on like my 40th B-day. It happens fast, doesn't it? Oh, for buns. Okay, I see. What did everyone have for lunch? You saw what I had. I had my cheesy, spicy seafood noodles earlier, and dumplings and rice cakes. What about you folks? What do we got for lunch? What do we got going on? I'm also enjoying one of these. Sasha's got leftover pizza. Very nice. I got one of these ahas, the lime et melando. An eau gazifiée. Lime et melando. Very, very good. Very refreshing. Hash brown and avocado bowl. That sounds nice. Fresca and a treadmill. That's the slim, the ripped lunch. Boy lunch. Watermelon and feta. That sounds good. Whataburger. Oh, nice. Are you in Texas, Dr. Maggot? I really want to try this Whataburger. Or just Whataburger. I don't know why I'm pronouncing it like that. Whataburger. I've heard so much about Whataburger, and I really do love like fast food burgers too, as you can see from looking at me. I really gotta try it though. Oklahoma, okay. Where the night my honey lemon died. Sit alone and talk and watch the hawk making lazy circles in the sky. Right? Does that ever get annoying? Does it get annoying when people do that? When they hear you live in Oklahoma? I'm sure you never get tired of it. Sandwich and white monster for a drink. That sounds good. That's a great combination. General Tao chicken, nice. Taco lard mac and cheese with fried up hot dogs. Wow, interesting. Love those hot dogs and the mac and cheese. That's always good. That's essential. With, of course, the ketchup that I put on there. Use taco lard instead of butter in the cheese sauce. Interesting. Oh, excuse me. Those noodles were very good. That was very, very satisfying. Vegan chicken sandwich, that sounds nice too. I bet a lot of people don't, but I'm within earshot of the university clock tower that plays Oklahoma on the hour every hour. Oh my. Okay. That's a thing, I guess. All right. I made pork ramen with onions sauteed in the pork fat yesterday. Wow. Now we're talking. Now we're talking. Oh man, we gotta watch this. I keep forgetting to watch this guy. This like psychotic, rich sociopath guy with the gigantic forehead. Can I even find that still? Take care, Matt. And this fucking guy. Talk about like Jim Cramer, who should not at all feel comfortable going out and making certain claims. This is what I mean. This is why this like increased labor militancy is so vital. Because people really do feel comfortable sitting down with their own faces and their own names available for everyone to see and saying shit like that. Like people are way too comfortable if they feel okay sitting down and talking about these kinds of subjects. Like the guy like was saying, class warfare is already going on, and you see who gets criticized for talking about class war and who doesn't. Because this is class war, what this guy's saying, and this is so brazen.
I think the problem that we've had is that we have people decided they didn't really want to work so much anymore through COVID, and that has had a massive issue on productivity. Tradies have definitely pulled back on productivity. They have been paid a lot to do not too much in the last few years, and we need to see that change. We need to see unemployment rise. Unemployment has to jump 40-50% in my view. We need to see pain in the economy. We need to remind people that they work for the employer, not the other way around. I mean, there's been a systematic change where employees feel the employer is extremely lucky to have them, as opposed to the other way around. So it's a dynamic that has to change. We've got to kill that attitude, and that has to.
We got to kill something.
Hurting the economy, which is what the whole global, the world is trying to do. The governments around the world are trying to increase unemployment to get that to some sort of normality.
Motherfucker, you look like Megamind.
Every employer now is seeing it. I mean, there is definitely massive layoffs going off. People might not be talking about it, but people are definitely laying people off, and we're starting to see less arrogance in the employment market, and that has to continue because that will cascade across the cost balance.
Like, Jesus Christ, like these people are so brazen. We need to see pain in the economy. We need to see pain somewhere, that's for sure. Yeah, watched the beginning of the stream and saw the UAW voted in a leader named Sinn Féin. Yeah, it's funny the similarities. Yeah, this is the problem with America's gun laws. It's Australia's gun laws. What are we allowing Australians to go and talk about these subjects no matter what they're saying, first of all? Yeah, his forehead is actually that big. That's what I mean. Like, it's like outrageous. We need to make the economy scream. I feel like I've heard that before. Yeah, and it's like you talk about how fascism is like imperialism coming home and affecting the domestic population. Now the American, or not like American, but Australian Western people that are part of this like ownership class in Western liberal democracy. We need to see the economy scream. It's not just this guy. Like, this is like a common bit of wisdom from the kind of like capitalist class in the West. We need to make the economy scream, but they're not talking about Chile anymore. They're talking about their own like home countries. And in my opinion, are getting way too comfortable saying this kind of stuff.
Even when they're not working, T-file scientists never stop thinking.
What if we increase the number of steam beds to 37, each with a diameter of 7.9 millimeters?
That leaves a total steam output of 500 milligrams per second.
Well, of course, we'd have to increase the water chamber capacity by 96 milliliters.
It's brain power like this that
Hmm. Hmm. There was a siren that just went by. Okay? I'm fixing my messy hair. There was a siren that went by. I just was talking about, though, I was cooking something, it's true. I had something good going. Just talking about how, like, when people that representing this class, like the ownership class, the CEO class, the capitalist class, whatever, saying we need to see pain in the economy. And again, it's not just this guy. This is like what people that like are setting fiscal policy are basically agree on, that unemployment needs to be higher. And that's why there's inflation, right? These kind of like economics 101 zombies that control our society. That's why there's inflation, because too many people are having it too good. There's too many, unemployment's too low. We did too much social spending. That's why there's inflation. We need to see pain in the economy. Versus when the UAW votes to strike, or whatever other labor union votes to go on strike, and people say, what is this going to do to the economy? It's going to destroy the economy. Right? You see these kind of priorities. When working class people are suffering, that's good for the economy. When working class people are making the line go down to increase their living standards, their material conditions, that's bad for the economy. You see. Welcome to the Property Summit. Like, just, again, and this is not something that you could say on Twitch, but like, that's why I'm not going to say it. But like, you couldn't say like, just take off and nuke this entire site from orbit. Even though that's just a movie reference from the movie Aliens. Like, it still would not be advisable to say that on this platform. Hello, Red Scary. How's it going? You missed the big strike segment. It was pretty good. Pretty good stuff. The UAW is back in a big way, and we do love to see it. We love to see the increasing militancy in the labor movement and the kind of language that we're hearing about out of the leadership of these major unions. It's very exciting. Did you hear that we finished Capital Volume 1 in Discord last night? I did see that the meeting was going on. And I think that's fantastic. I think that's absolutely fantastic. I'm sorry I missed it. But maybe now that you've all read it, you can explain it to my ass. You can explain how this stuff works. I think I get the basic idea, but just got here. Can't see video yet. Just chat. I saw a preview pic of stream. Fuck that dude. This guy's head is just really gigantic.
Sherry.
Scores! Mud
replay. William, move your head. Look at the size of that boy's head. Shh. I'm not kidding, it's like an orange on a toothpick.
You're gonna give the boy a complex.
Well, that's a huge noggin. It's a virtual planetoid. Has its own weather system. Heed, move! All right, hen. Heed, paper, now! Move that melon of yours and get the paper if you can. Hauling that gargantuan cranium about. I'm not kidding, that boy's head's like Sputnik. Spherical, but quite pointy in parts. Well, that was offside, wasn't it? He'll be crying himself to sleep tonight on his huge pillow.
Oh, that's good. Still one of the best Mike Myers films. I actually showed that to my kid, and he really likes it. He's always saying, "Hid paper, no!" He's always saying that. He likes to do that whole bit on his huge pillow. That's good stuff. He's got a gigantic head, folks. What can I tell you? I think we got to do another one of the classic TRRS Ukraine segments. Accidentally showed you my DMs for like one moment. I hope there was nothing too incriminating in there. What am I looking at? This is the problem. What am I looking at right now? Like, have we seen this? This is psychotic. And I would encourage anyone that is like over the last 2 years Jesus Christ. I would encourage anyone that's got really like into this whole thing over the last 2 years to maybe take a look at some of the shit that's coming out. What the Ukrainian government is kind of starting to say, and maybe have a little rethink about who we've been arming and funding and supporting over there and what that's going to mean in the future. Mom, I find it interesting that you call the Weekly World News the paper. Sinchel, you're so cool. You always get all these references. This is why we get along, okay? Because you get these references. And there was another quote as well, and I'm trying to find it. Let me just see if I can find it. There was a quote from Zelensky about this as well. Does anyone know what I'm talking about? There was a quote where Zelensky talked about like they're basically starting to like they're basically just starting to give threats. They're starting to like in their dialogue about this when it comes to like talking about weapons and needing more support and more weapons, and they're starting to like openly threaten Western countries and basically imply that there's going to be terrorist attacks if they don't get what they want. This is the same woman that interviewed the brave Rhodesian for fighting Russians. Like, it's just getting more and more obvious and apparent, like exactly where this is all leading to. No matter what sympathy people had for Ukrainians and whatever people that genuinely like want to support that struggle for like legitimate reasons because they really think that that's how to protect people. You know? We've talked a lot about that stuff, and I think you all know my stance, but like I get that. But I think it's starting to be really important to start paying attention to the kind of things that these folks are saying. And for people like me that have been saying for the last 2 years or going on 2 years, this is going to cause blowback. We're supporting these extremists, and we're escalating this conflict because Russia bad, because it kills Russians, and it is a proxy war. And people have been, have responded to that in this really unhinged way, saying, "Oh, you support Putin, you love Russia, and you hate Ukrainians and want them to die," but like that is not true. Wanting to end the war is precisely because people are dying, and I and others would like that to stop. But just look at like where these warnings about the dangers of arming these proxies, these heroic freedom fighters, which has been done countless times over the years, only to cause huge, massive blowback in the future. People have been making this case now for a year, 18 months, 3 weeks. Making this case, and it's like becoming more and more obvious that that's something that needs to be considered. I'll look at the one from this quote from Zelensky first. And also, like, when it comes to this lady, I'm not sure what her name is. I mean, it shows how you can't allow your support for, like, when the LGBTQIA plus community is under attack, as it is, and your support for trans rights. But the way that we talked often about how, like, there's this pink washing of imperialism, whether it's in Israel, talking about gay rights in Israel, or appointing like an American trans woman to be your like English speaking spokesperson to make terroristic threats against people. Has Robin saying blowback 100 times more often since the latest season of Blowback Pod started, or is it just me? Maybe I've been using the phrase more because it is a really helpful way of describing a very specific thing, but I think I've been talking about this phenomenon. I know I've been talking about blowback for a lot longer than that. Maybe it's just come up more lately because of all the stuff that's been in the news about this. Anyway, let's look at this specific quote here from Zelensky in this article from The Economist. Donald Trump will never support Putin, says Volodymyr Zelensky. But Ukraine's president fears that some of his country's Western backers are losing faith. Volodymyr Zelensky does not want to think about a long war, let alone talk about that possibility to Ukrainians, many of whom still dream, of winning fast. This is September 10th, 2023. I thought for a moment just from reading this that it was from like months or years ago at this point. Many of whom still dream of winning fast. Like, there's so much things just with this. The first sentence does not want to think about a long war, but everything that Zelensky and his backers have been talking about for the last year and a half has been extending the war indefinitely by this nonstop financing on the part of NATO and the nonstop arms transfers from the NATO countries to ensure that they can just continue it indefinitely. So it's weird to like have that be the only strategy that's available to anybody, and then say like that you don't want to think about a long war, and then let alone talk about the possibility to Ukrainians, many of whom still dream of winning fast. But like, who is still holding on to this idea that Ukraine is going to win, let alone win fast? Like that, it seems like that ship has sailed. But that is precisely what he's preparing for. I have to be ready. My team has to be ready for the long war, and emotionally, I am ready, Ukraine's president says in an interview with The Economist. Speaking on the margins of the YES conference and international powwow in Kiev, he's calm, composed, and somber. At the same setting a year ago, the mood was electric and euphoric. News of Ukrainian forces' success in pushing Russia back from the Kharkiv region was pinging on every smartphone in the room. This year, the atmosphere is very different. 3 months into its counteroffensive, Ukraine has made only modest progress along the all-important southern axis in the Zaporizhia region, where it is trying to sever Vladimir Putin's land bridge from Russia to Crimea. The question of how long that will take, or whether it will succeed, weighs on the minds of Western leaders. They still talk the good talk, pledging that they will stand with Ukraine as long as it takes. But Mr. Zelensky, a former television actor with an acute sense of his audience, has detected a change of mood among some of his partners. I have this intuition, reading, hearing, and seeing their eyes when they say, "We'll always be with you," he says. Speaking in English, a language in which he's increasingly fluent. We know he's been practicing so he can better serve his Western masters there. But I see that he or she is not here, not with us. He opens his hands in a gesture of frustration. Some partners might see Ukraine's recent difficulties on the battlefield as a reason to force it into negotiations with Russia. But this is a bad moment since Putin sees the same. It's interesting, too, because this whole idea of creating a land bridge to Crimea, that was pretty much clocked as the strategic objective of this military operation, like immediately. As much as people say, like, oh, he wants to push into Kiev, he wants to overthrow the government, he wants to take all of Ukraine, he wants to go beyond Ukraine and go elsewhere into Poland or wherever else. But like, it's, as we talked about on this show a lot, and have for 18 months now or longer, considering we were talking about this before the invasion started, unlike some Twitch streamers that have made this their big expert subject, which they talk about. We were actually talking about this prior to 2022, number one. But yeah, establishing this land bridge to Crimea seems to have been like the objective of this entire operation from the first moment. And that's the thing that I keep saying, is that like, if people want the conflict to end, as I do and as like anyone should, you want people to stop fighting and stop dying, people are going to have to recognize that like, this is not going to be changing anytime soon. They're not going to be winning this territory back anytime soon. You don't have to like it. You don't have to like it or think it's fair or whatever. We've talked about the origins of this conflict and my viewpoint on that and the role that we played in the West of initiating that conflict in the first place. But like, that just seems to be the reality. And then if you want less people to die and not more, people should just accept what the reality is. And if they say, well, Russia can't just, it just shows them that they can just go in and take territory. And it's like, well, what I say to that is we shouldn't have been arming and funding these militias and meddling around in Ukraine in the first place. Like, that's all I can really say. If we hadn't have done that, this would not have happened. But we did, and this is exactly what we provoked. Now that's the situation. And I think people just have to kind of accept that that's what the situation is. Having failed to overwhelm Ukraine quickly, Mr. Putin seems determined to exhaust the country and to wear out its partners' resolve to keep funding and supplying it with arms. He aims to make Ukraine a dysfunctional, depopulated state whose refugees cause problems in Europe. But Mr. Zelensky says Russia itself is fragile. Mr. Putin does not understand that in a long war he will lose, because it does not matter that 60% or 70% of Russians support him. No, his economy will lose. But again, there's no evidence for that. That was the whole plan, is to destroy the Russian economy with sanctions, and it hasn't worked. It has failed. The opposite has happened. He called their bluff. And the sanctions have failed. And that's what all the trends that we've been talking about, the geopolitical trends that we've been talking about towards BRICS, towards these new kind of like economic institutions, towards this de-dollarization process, that's the result, is that they can't wage economic warfare like this. As Ukraine increases its strikes inside Russia, Russians will start asking awkward questions about their army's inability to protect them because our drones will land. So yeah, talking about drone strikes on civilians often and saying we're going to do that until they give up. The Russian president's authority was weakened by the mutiny in June of Prigozhin. It didn't really seem like it to me. Boss of the Wagner mercenary group, who was subsequently assassinated. I don't want to read this whole thing, but this is the very interesting paragraph here. Like, listen to this paragraph and ask yourself whether this idea of blowback or consequences for this. Might have some merit to them. It says, curtailing aid to Ukraine will only prolong the war, Mr. Zelensky argues, and it would create risks for the West in its own backyard. There is no way of predicting how the millions of Ukrainian refugees in European countries would react to their country being abandoned. Ukrainians have generally, quote, behaved well and are, quote, very grateful to those who sheltered them. They will not forget that generosity, but it would not be a, quote, good story for Europe if it were to drive these people into a corner. Like, you tell me, am I reading too much into that? He's literally threatening the blowback. He's like, you know, all these refugees have been taken in. They've behaved very well. It would be a damn shame if you abandoned Ukraine and all these people were then pushed into a corner. Well, what is that? What is he implying here? What does he mean? What is he suggesting is going to happen? And this is one thing that we've been arguing about, right? How arming and funding these groups is going to lead to terrorist attacks later, but now he's making the connection with this like increasing Ukrainian diaspora. They're going to be pushed into a corner. Like, I would like for him to really complete that sentence and really like spell it out what he means by that. It kind of sounds like he's threatening that these Ukrainian immigrants and refugees are going to be what? I don't know. He has details about that, but it's like an interesting way of phrasing that. They're going to be pushed into a corner. Be damn shame if they stop being so well behaved like they have been. You should do a Saudi Arabia style post where he threatens to do a 9/11. I agree with that. I agree. They'll be doing a flash mob. And then then there's this. Like, do people like that have been on board with this and had the Ukraine flags and like gone to Ukraine and to talk about it, like, are they still really like listening to this kind of stuff? Like, you have Zelensky there basically threatening terrorism without using those words. And then here it is. And then look at this.
Russia hates the truth that their obsessive focus on a Ukrainian volunteer is simply allowing the light of the Ukrainian nation's honesty to shine brightly. Next week, the teeth of the Russian devils will gnash ever harder, and their rabid mouths will foam in uncontrollable frenzy as the world will see a favorite Kremlin propagandist pay for their crimes. And this puppet of Putin is only the first. Russia's war criminal propagandists will all be hunted down, and justice will be served as we in Ukraine are led on this mission by faith in God, liberty, and complete liberation.
Like, really? Russia hates the truth. Like, this is fucking insane. Like, are people really still supporting this? They're basically like, this is like, no, seriously. Red Scary. Seriously. This is like she's an American trans woman that's like become like the English speaking spokesperson for Ukraine. This is an official communique. Like, this is incredibly unhinged, and they're basically threatening to do if I'm not mistaken, threatening to do like terrorist attacks or assassinations on journalists around the world that they don't like. Like, I really got to ask people, even if you've supported Ukraine for altruistic reasons or because you care about people, to really like think long and hard about what it is here that we're now supporting still. The levels of Reddit their country is achieving is off the charts. It really is. It really is. And it's sad. Remember, like early on in this thing, I remember I did a whole segment on this show encouraging people to not join the Ukrainian military, and people have still continued to do it. We still have people in the UK and Canada elsewhere dying in this conflict because they go to Ukraine, especially veterans that have fought in other conflicts in Afghanistan or wherever, that are used to having air support. They're used to being able to like bomb entire villages when one person takes a pot shot at you, and all of a sudden they're like on the other side of that, and they're like, oh, this is actually not quite the walk in the park that we're used to in these situations. No, this is incredibly unhinged. Like, this is ludicrous. I would really hope that people would start to ask themselves some real critical questions about what they've been supporting here. The Gambler, the tale of a Vegas gambler, failed politician, and professional Nazi groupie. The war in Ukraine has been a bonanza for grifters, from mercenaries and gun runners to OSINT and journalists, a bottomless well of Western financing. Combined with the fire hose stream of information, both true and false, has created a perfect environment for war profiteering. The need to produce staggering amounts of propaganda means anyone shameless enough to toe the line will profit enormously. This has been a clarion call for a colorful cast of characters who have descended on Ukraine, willing to roll the dice in search of fame and fortune from the suffering of others. One of the most flagrant of these is a journalist by the name of Sarah Ashton Kirillo, a former real estate speculator and competitive poker player turned failed politician whose previous attempts at journalism involved little more than a weekend party with the Las Vegas Proud Boys. Sarah is now the chief mouthpiece for some of the most brutal and prolific Nazi murderers since the time of the Waffen SS. Well, this is what I'm asking too. Like, I'm so confused by this. Like, is this lady even fucking Ukrainian? Like, she's American. Is she even from Ukrainian ancestry? Like, what do you even have to do with this? I was too young to understand and follow what was going on at the time of Afghanistan through the 90s, but I generally have a hard time wrapping my head around how people can see this type of repeated behavior from people we monetarily and militarily support and not see anything even slightly objectionable with it. I mean, Dr. Maggot, it's the thing we talk about all the time, right? It's just, it makes you feel insane because it just seems like people don't have, like, they can't remember history of even recent times. Even the whole thing with Vivek Ramaswamy the other day, who's a right-wing dipshit. And you don't have to hand it to him, who does not someone who has good or well thought out or coherent or principled foreign policy views. But even Vivek Ramaswamy is like, hey, if we shouldn't keep arming and funding these people because it's going to turn out like when we armed and funded extremists in Afghanistan in the 80s. It's going to cause problems just like that did. And people were like, how dare he say that? And it's just the complete inability to make any kind of connection with even recent history just makes you feel crazy. I mean, I talked about it yesterday about how, like, that's how once you start thinking about history and society and progress through that historical materialist lens, you start to feel totally insane because it just feels like you're living on another planet from people. And people are just you see people make the same mistakes over and over and over and over again. And it's truly shocking. Once you start thinking about history, people will get mad at you. Yeah. Liberals tailing the guy who made his billions making a scam Alzheimer's cure. Could not be me. Yeah. And he just wants, I talked about this on the podcast yesterday, but he just wants to pivot to China. He just wants to break the Russia-China alliance and then focus exclusively on China. He's not some anti-imperialist. Could someone, yeah, I'll link the vid. Just once, I gotta watch this again because it's truly, I had been avoiding watching it, and it's way more insane than I even imagined that it was.
Russia hates the truth that their obsessive focus on a Ukrainian volunteer is simply allowing the light of the Ukrainian nation's honesty to shine brightly. Next week, the teeth of the Russian devils will gnash ever harder, and their rabid mouths will foam in uncontrollable frenzy as the world will see a favorite Kremlin propagandist pay for their crimes. And this puppet of Putin is only the first. Russia's war criminal propagandists will all be hunted down, and justice will be served as we in Ukraine are led on this mission by faith in God, liberty, and complete liberation.
Fucking insane. Seriously. Like, this is wild. It's way more nuts than I thought it was, honestly. I saw the tweet and I was like, oh, I'm gonna wait to watch that on the stream to talk about it. And it's significantly more unhinged than I imagined. It's like a video game cutscene. Yeah, no, if it was a Hollywood movie, I would say it's campy. It's like Red Alert or something. Anytime you start a Twitter beef, it's only a matter of time before someone starts talking like Sephiroth in your mentions. There is a little bit of that in there as well. I don't know. I just don't know. I'm genuinely kind of perplexed that there's still people out there that are still confused about like where this is all going. Gang gang, Russia will pay. Bomb bomb, so good. Yeah. That'll be the next step. I don't know. It's fucked up to me. I mean, I've tried to do like some okay coverage of this. I get my perspective out there and my viewpoint of it, but the way it's been kind of commodified and turned into this like online content mill is just kind of. I saw people like signing bombs, like NATO bombs being signed by like fans of pro-Ukraine streamers, and I was just like, man, people have really fucking lost it. That's so weird. When was this posted? They're saying there's some kind of hit out on a specific Russian propagandist. September 12th, 20. They at least waited a day. It would have been a little on the nose if they had done it on Monday. They at least waited till Tuesday for September 12th to post this. That seems to be what they're saying, though. Yes. And Zelensky still openly saying in that Economist interview, it'd be a damn shame if some of these Ukrainian immigrants got upset about the West abandoning them. You never know what might happen. Zelensky's doing the like, I've been controlling this long, but I can't control them if you guys pull out. Yeah, are they supposed to be pretending to be the good guys? This is what I mean. Like, this is. And even though they've been like supporting the whole like Empire Vader stormtrooper iconography and stuff, it's like I thought you're supposed to be pretending to be the resistance or whatever. The most fucked up thing to me.
You can count on me. You're gonna have good old Rob to talk you through all this.
Slaba slaba.
You can count on me. You're gonna have good old Rob to talk you through all this.
Fuzzy guy stream.
Thank you. Oh wow, Orb Lady. Orb Lady. Oh my goodness. 24 months of tier 1 for Orb Lady. Congratulations to you, Orb Lady, on the highly elite, highly exclusive, shimmering, golden 2-year TRRS sub badge. Wow. And thank you, Ross Publica, as well, for 1 year. 1 year of tier 1. Thank you, Ross Publica. They worked themselves into a shoot. That's right. That's exactly what happened. Is Rob the propagandist that they're hunting? I hope not. I think I'm still pretty low profile. It's already begun. You remember the Seinfeld episode when the Ukrainian man on the subway flipped over Kramer at Newman's Game of Risk? That's right. Yeah. Ukraine is strong. Ukraine is strong. The most fucked up thing to me is that my home was literally occupied by fascists during World War II. There are monuments a 5-minute walk from here. No one's learned anything. Nothing internalized. Nothing passed on. Everyone just had their fucking minds wiped out by ad campaigns. Yeah, and it's like, you know, Canada was never occupied by fascists. I mean, Canada was just always occupied by fascists, I should say, actually. But never foreign, international, German fascists or anyone else. But it's the same thing. We simultaneously make fighting in World War I and World War II a central part of our whole fake national identity, and fighting Nazis and being against the Nazis, even though, as we've talked about many times, our ruling class was very, very comfortable with the Nazis until about, you know, the late 30s. That's when it kind of started to shift. But it's the same thing. It's like now we've forgotten that as well. Now we're just like, we're watching fascism reemerge, and we're supporting that, and we're contributing to it. And we have these monuments in our country of these SS divisions, and the same people who talk about our role fighting Nazis are like, these were simply anti-communist nationalists. You see, they only kind of a little bit did the Holocaust, like not a lot. They only did a little Holocaust stuff. Only because they hated communism so much. So people simultaneously kind of have these two ideas in their heads. We're going to hunt down the world-renowned journalist Bert Rousseau. It would be so annoying if they came after me, despite all the other bigger targets out there. That would be very frustrating to me. On a number of levels. There's plenty of other Putin propagandists that should be getting off before me. I'll tell you that much. Look, the encroachment of Jewish Bolshevism was a bigger threat. And yeah, they believe these two things at once. SS statues in U.S. I'm in Canada. In Canada, we've got monuments to the Waffen SS divisions here in Canada because we had such a large Ukrainian diaspora of Ukrainians, especially that increased drastically after World War II, when we deliberately brought in these large groups of Ukrainian fascist sympathizers and nationalists and former SS members into our country. And now there's cemeteries that have built monuments to these Waffen SS divisions. Yeah, you can't erect a statue to German SS divisions in Canada, but Ukrainian SS divisions is actually okay. Yeah. And every single time they interview one of these, like, the people that are in the Ukrainian military, like, infrastructure or leadership, every time they do a Western journalist, like, interview them, every time we see the Sonnenrad, we see images of Stepan Bandera. It's just I've lost track of how many times we've seen this kind of stuff. Even in these big positive, like, human interest stories about, like, the heroic Ukrainian resistance, every single time it's become a joke at this point to see the SS symbol, the Sonnenrad, the Bandera imagery, or whatever. There's even a fucking Wikipedia page for it, in case you doubt what I'm saying here. Memorials in Canada to Nazis and Nazi collaborators. Canada has, from Wikipedia, Canada has several monuments and memorials that, to varying degrees, commemorate people and groups accused of collaboration with Nazi forces. There are two monuments to members of the 14th Waffen Grenadier Division of the SS, 1st Galician, who helped carry out the Holocaust. Yeah, you've got the statue of Roman Shikoyevich. This is the one in Oakville. Monument to the glory of the UPA and cenotaph, right, at the St. Volodymyr Ukrainian Cemetery. The UPA was the insurgent army, the anti-Soviet insurgent army in Ukraine that helped carry out the Holocaust and helped massacre thousands of Jews and Poles. And hilariously, as we covered on this show when it first happened, when someone defaced this monument and wrote Nazi War Monument in spray paint, the police in Oakville originally investigated it as a hate crime. To really put the put the rubber stamp on the whole thing, to really spell it out for everybody. I'm glad Twitch streamers have done the responsible thing and not used their coverage of this conflict to advance their desires for a career with the State Department. Or going on these war journalism things, working with some handler in Ukraine, and then styling yourself as some kind of Hunter S. Thompson, who certainly would have used his platform to go on this kind of jaunt to justify NATO and justify arms transfers for Western arms manufacturing companies. Exactly something that Hunter S. Thompson would do. Poroshenko literally just posted himself with the sign and rad. They don't even really hide it. Yeah. Amazing. Dylan SS journalist Burns. Now, I would never call him Dylan SS journalist Burns. Okay, I would not say something like that. Anyways, my beef with Dylan Burns I think it's been thoroughly explored. And I obviously came out ahead of that and won that beef. Just in case anyone was ever wondering about that. I decisively won that beef, so. Anyway, this is the kind of thing. We've been saying this now for going on 2 years, but I really would hope that people would start to maybe reconsider what they've been supporting here. The Canadian journalist who wrote "I hate Nazis" has been restrained by the Canadian Democratic Forces, allegedly. And a friend of this stream is actually one of the people that has been accused of allegedly defacing these monuments. Not that I'm commenting on whether that person actually defaced these Nazi monuments. Whoever it was, though, and I have no idea who it was, whether it was a friend of mine, a friend of the stream or not, whoever that was, were absolutely correct to do so. And I sincerely hope that when the eventual monstrosity Victims of Communism monument is finally finished in Ottawa, the multi-million-dollar Victims of Communism monument that's being built in Ottawa, I hope that gets defaced as well. I hope they never stop having to wipe spray paint and bullshit off of it. Let's see what else I got here. I'm running out of steam a little bit, and like I feel a little bit bad, folks. I am trying to increase the amount of time that I'm doing these streams. I'm going on 3.5 hours. I wanted to at least do 4 today. I am kind of running out of steam a little bit. I've had a bit of a headache this whole day, so I'm kind of like I'm running a little low on energy. I was just seeing if there was maybe any more video content about this that we could pick it to. This got me fired up. I just found out about it. Got a piece about the Coca-Cola's legacy in Latin America. Yeah, so let's see if I can find anything to make like video content that we can kick it to. I don't really want to hear. Surely there's people that can talk about the military realities of what's going on in Ukraine besides this Scott Ritter guy. I would really like to just not hear from that guy anymore. It's so hard to search for YouTube on this because it's all just like all Western backed media about this. Nothing really useful. Bunch of stories when you're looking at the counteroffensive, a bunch of stories from a month ago about the slow progress. The slow progress of the counteroffensive. Just scrolling through some stuff. Don't mind me. think I wanted to try and find maybe something from this guy to close off the day. The Douglas McGregor guy, who's a right-wing dipshit, but is one of the only people in mainstream media that's actually talking any sense about this.
Extension of what's been going on for at least 2 decades. At this point, we have created an unsustainable status quo, and I say unsustainable could not be maintained without the presence of foreign military forces. And that's, of course...
That's really weird. What is that? That was some kind of weird, like, AI thing.
Well, time is running out for Ukraine's vaunted counteroffensive. Those are the words of General Mark Milley, as President Zelensky says Russia has basically stopped anything that NATO has been throwing at them, sort of admitting really that they really haven't made much of an advancement.
Who is this guy?
At
He
all.
keeps-
In other words, his
interviewed, like,
counteroffensive
Carl
has been a
Jha.
total failure. That's, you don't need to mince words about it. Let's bring in Colonel Douglas McGregor to get some analysis on this. And
Redacted
Colonel,
news.
good to see you. Putin says today in this kind of big speech that everyone's talking about that Ukraine has lost 71,000 soldiers during this counteroffensive that achieved nothing. What do you make of that? 71,000 soldiers killed just during the counteroffensive on the Ukrainian
That's
side.
just
Do
horrific.
those numbers sound accurate to you?
Well, they're certainly plausible because about 4 weeks ago, literally a month ago, we counted over 60,000 dead. And that's based on satellite photography, looking at bodies lying on the ground, looking at cemeteries that are filling up, and also receiving reports from on the ground inside.
The thing of, like,
Ukraine
Anthony
about the
Blinken
masses
touring the cemeteries
of
is so
dead
fucking
and
grim.
horribly wounded people.
Massive cemeteries
So
filled
I
with
think it's
corpses.
plausible.
Like, it's
Can
horrifying.
I confirm it? I can't, but I would say that the
Why have
Russians
people
have been
encouraged
far,
this?
far
It's honestly
closer
insane
the
to me.
truth when they report casualties than the Ukrainians have.
General Mark Milley is saying that this time is running out here. He basically says that we've seen some gains, we're some good progress here. And he said, I said at the very beginning of this that this was going to be long, slow, hard, high casualty producing. That's exactly what it is. But he thinks that there's confidence. He has a lot of confidence that, Ukraine is going to break through in the next 45 days or so before the bad weather sets in. What do you make of Mark Milley's comments?
Well, setting aside whether or not anybody wants to listen to Mark Milley, I haven't heard the truth from that man's mouth for years. He's the ultimate political puppet. And that's, of course,
Like, look at this shit. This is so grim. This whole thing of, like, Anthony Blinken going on touring this cemetery. Like, it's truly horrifying, the scale of death and violence that's happened, that people have been cheering on. Like, it's really, really grim.
what the current swamp administration in Washington wants, someone who goes along, questions nothing, and supports the status quo. Milley is a fraud, so I would just forget anything he says. The truth of the matter is as follows. The counteroffensive has been a catastrophe. Whether it's 71,000 or 69,000, I don't know. It doesn't make any difference. The equipment losses are horrendous. And all of this is for various reasons. Number one, Ukrainian forces are trained to fight like NATO. NATO, and especially the United States Armed Forces, are organized to refight some version of World War II. And we're up against a 21st century military establishment, which is organized very differently. And no one has
Who could
been
have
willing to
foreseen
accept
this?
this reality. And that's the biggest problem. Right now, you have persistent surveillance all over Ukraine, from space-based assets down to terrestrial assets that allow the Russians, through their intelligence, surveillance, reconnaissance assets.
And you can point out this guy's like a Trump-appointed right-wing guy. Okay, and I get that. But like, you can't just hand wave away everything that he says is he's a right-wing guy and he's doing Putin propaganda. That's it. Like, let's actually focus on the information that's being relayed and judge for yourself whether you think it's worth listening to.
To see everything in Ukraine all of the time. We have not disrupted their satellite-based capabilities for the simple reason that if we do that, they will destroy ours. We don't want to lose ours. So it's been a game. We try to race information to the Ukrainians as quickly as possible that they can exploit, but they're not organized to exploit.
You can count on me. You're going to have a good
Russians
old
are
Rob
simply
to talk you
organized in a
through
way
all
that
this.
maximizes the value of their
Thank you,
strike
Dr. Maggot,
assets.
for the gifted sub.
Strike assets, artillery, rockets, missiles, drones, you name it. And these are very plentiful on the Russian side. The Russians have always appreciated the criticality of maintaining large quantities of strike weapons. They've got them in practically limitless numbers. You link those to all of these overhead surveillance capabilities, and then you have an automatic warfare capability. Something moves towards your lines, something seems to be threatening, a group of Ukrainians assemble, they bring in additional equipment, it's all detected, it's targeted, and then at a time and a place that is convenient for the Russians, they are destroyed. We failed to come to terms with this reality.
It's like a machine
People
that
say,
just
well, this
chews
is
up
starting to
people
look
and
like
equipment,
World War
and they just
I.
keep replacing it
Well, it's
more and more
much
and more.
worse than World War I. In World War I, people still didn't know what was happening behind the other person's trench line. Today, the Russians know exactly what's going on in Ukraine, and they've decided to simply sit and let the Ukrainians impale themselves. The question is, how much longer do they sit? And I can tell you there are large numbers of senior officers in Moscow, senior Russian officers, and a lot of Russian political leaders who are extremely uncomfortable with Putin's determination to, for the moment, wait. Putin has been very
Another thing that
deliberate
we've
and
been
very
saying.
cautious. People have had it in Moscow. They say, come on, President Putin, it's time to end this thing. Crush these people, get it over with. And their point is very simple. If they don't do that, their concern is that we will
Yeah, and I
be
think Taiwan's going to sign up
to
for
do
this. And I
something
hope anyone
like intervene
that has
in
these
Western
kind of
Ukraine,
sentiments around the world
or
is paying close
simply
attention to what's
give
going
the
on there.
Ukrainians more capability, which is, of course, what we're doing. Now, it's not going to change anything. It's not going to change the direction of the war. But the point is, if you do nothing for as long as the Russians have, in other words, simply sit behind your defenses, annihilate your enemy, as attractive as that is, people begin to wonder, well, I guess the Russians can't attack. What's wrong with them? Why don't they attack? Well, it's a deliberate decision by President Putin. He does not want a war with us. And he's afraid that if he rapidly advances on Kiev, closes the gap between his forces and the Dnieper River, that we will interpret that as threatening and suddenly intervene. I think he's wrong. I think our opportunity to intervene is over. And I think behind the scenes, the American military establishment and the other military establishments in NATO know they cannot defeat this capability which the Russians have perfected. We're still organized for a form of warfare that is anachronistic. It's called World War II.
You write a new piece in the American Conservative, a new opinion piece out called "War, Money, and America's Future: Why the Uniparty
partisan
Risking
aspect.
a War
Ignore the
We're
guy's
so
political
ill-prepared to
leanings.
fight. Why is the Uniparty risking a war we're so ill-prepared to
Do
fight?"
you think the things
and
he's saying have
what
actual
is the
merit?
NATO
That's the
U.S.
question
strategy
people should
then?
be asking
We're
themselves.
bleeding Europe to death, crushing them under sanctions by trying to place these sanctions against Russia. Europe is being crushed. The United States is being crushed. We could hit double-digit interest rates on the real estate front of the United States, wages continuing to decline, and unemployment continuing to go up on the United States side. So what is Washington's proxy war endgame here? Is it to just sit and continue to funnel money and weapons into this war zone in perpetuity? or do they actually have an end game?
Well, remember that the original purpose of this entire operation was to bleed Russia to death. No,
Right.
it was to harm their economy, wear them out, exhaust their resources. Well, that was absurd. And the opposite has happened. Our resources are being exhausted. Right now, we know, and I'm sure you saw this in the article, and this is something a lot of Americans need to understand, that the amount of money it takes us to service the debt is now equal to our defense budget, roughly $1 trillion. How much longer can you do this? And I think that's something else that Putin, who is an economist, remember the man has a doctorate in economics, he's been watching this, and I think he's been betting heavily that not only America's economy or financial system is going to go into crisis, but I think he's expecting the Europeans to simply slide into recession or depression or worse, and that will bring an end to this conflict, at which point in time he can advance without much opposition. I mean, we already know the Ukrainians have no more manpower, per se. I mean, they've turned to the European Union. They've turned to the various governments in NATO.
They're putting
and
like
said,
elderly
"We
people
want
and
you
young
to
people in there that are not
repatriate
experienced and are not capable of
military-age
doing this.
males from all over your countries back to the Ukraine so that we can feed them into the meat grinder and kill them as well." I don't know how that's going to turn out. I was really depressed when I discovered that the Irish Republic had agreed to do it. But I think in Poland and other countries, there's a reluctance to do that because they feel they may face armed opposition inside their own countries from Ukrainians that say, no, I'm not going back. I'm not prepared to die. So I think we've already hit the end game. The question is, as you put it, what are we going to do? And Newland and Blinken apparently flew off recently and said, oh, let's freeze the conflict. Well, that's a non-starter. The Russians have been telling us for months, forget it. They're not going to do that.
What does that mean, freeze the conflict? What does that entail?
Well, I think what they believe it entails is something like a divided Korea, that you come to some sort of agreement along the line of contact and you say, we'll stay on this side, you stay on that side. They see it in the West, particularly in Washington, as a face-saving measure. The Russians aren't going to do it. What the Russians will not accept is any Ukrainian state of any kind that is aligned with NATO. Number one, can't happen. Right. Otherwise, they fought this war for no purpose. Remember, this is all about the existential threat that we present inside Ukraine to Russia. So that's out of the question. And the issue is, how do you turn to the Russians if you're in Washington in front of the American people and in front of your allies and say, look, we were wrong. You aren't weak. And we've got serious problems at home. We've got to pack it in, go home and take care of our own problems. Well, in their minds, they've just been defeated. They've admitted that they have to surrender and walk away. So in Washington, to get back to your original question, what are you going to do? You just double down and continue to do the stupid things that have failed utterly to produce any success. So send them more ATACMS missiles, send them German Taurus missiles,
cluster bombs,
send whatever somebody else has got out there, especially since you know they don't have any troops to speak of. So send them long-range attack weapons that only require a few trained people, and then let them launch them to their heart's content at the Russians. And of course, again, they're going to attack Russian civilians in Russian towns and cities. We know that. They've done that before. This is insane. This is crazy, but that's where we are.
I'll get you out of here on this, Colonel, which is, again, this 45-day weather window that General Milley mentioned, 30 to 45 days or so. What happens, do you believe, in this 45 days on the Russian side, and what happens after that 45-day window closes?
Well, that's the question that none of us can actually answer to our satisfaction. And that's what I said at the beginning. I was talking to some friends in Europe that just returned from Moscow, and they're very well connected. They're actually in the journalistic community, and they said that in talking to senior Russian officials as well as senior military men on the general staff, the Russian attitude is, look, let's get this over with. Please, President Putin, let us attack. They've got 300,000 troops in reserve. It's not as though they don't have the capability to launch. And again, President Putin has chosen to wait. I think he truly believes that the situation in Europe will get so bad that NATO will simply crumble. People will simply say, well, we followed you as far as we can, Washington, and you've led us down the path to hell. Germany is being deindustrialized. One of the leading CEOs of one of the biggest chemical companies in Germany. And remember, these are industries that lead the world in many capabilities. Just said, it's over. We're shutting down. We're being deindustrialized. So I think Putin has said, well, why don't we wait for the
No wonder that the
Europeans
far
to
right
wake
is
up,
rising in
French
Germany
and
as
Germans
well.
particularly. But there is a fight in Moscow. It's not a fight in the sense that we would understand it, where people are yelling and screaming at each other. But behind the scenes, there is a big debate. Why wait? Let's get it over with. And Putin has been reluctant to do that for the reasons that we've outlined. So nobody really knows the answer at this point to your question.
If you were in a bizarro world, if you happened to be an advisor to President Putin, if it were, again, a bizarro world or an alternative dimension, and you were giving advice to Putin whether to sit back and wait, watch Europe crumble, the United States crumble, or to take action and launch these 300,000, what would you do as a military advisor?
Well, a lot of people ask me that question. I don't care to go to jail as a traitor to the American people. So I'm not going to advise President Putin, plus the fact he's done pretty well. I mean, the Russian casualties have been very low. His force is in excellent shape. He's coming out of this smelling like a rose. So I really think it's up to him. And
I don't think
he
it's
hasn't
quite
done
as
badly.
rosy as he's
done
making it
very,
out
very
there.
well. We're the ones who are in serious trouble. And the real
I
issue
mean, some
is
people
what
thought
do
the
we
war was going to be over in a week,
we
which obviously
talked
did not
in
happen.
the past about the border. The border is open. We don't know who's coming in there. Millions of people are pouring in. They're not an asset to us. They're going to be a burden to us. It's only a question of how much longer before we have an explosion inside the United States. I'm sure that President Putin is aware of that as well. So the situation in the West is terrible. And under those circumstances, it may be prudent for him to do what he's done, but he does have pressure on him. I can't advise him. And I imagine there are a lot of people that say, well, I'd like Putin to do X, but he's done pretty well thus
Rob
far.
is faking
And
an
so
AI
I
Russian
probably shut
VTuber
up
bot.
and color until something goes horribly wrong. But I don't
Not
think
many
it
of
will.
you have met me in real life. I'll say that much.
I said I was going to get you out of here on that last question, but I will on this one. You see Europe now getting letters from the Ukrainian government or people in different European countries now, as you mentioned, parts of Ireland, of course. We've seen this, I think, now in Italy, and there's other countries that, of course, are also stepping up, saying they're going to repatriate these
Imagine getting
Ukrainians
one of
who
these
sought refuge
letters.
there, send them back to the meat grinder. Do you think... Now,
Come and
remember,
join
the
the-
United
come
States
and join
had
the
given
army.
preferential treatment
Jesus
to
Christ.
Ukrainian
Terrifying.
refugees coming across the border. In fact, we know firsthand, in fact, that there were people that were waiting to move into the United States or sitting, waiting, and Ukrainians got front of the line status to be able to come into the United States. Do you think there's a chance in hell that the United States would repatriate, send these young Ukrainian men back to Ukraine to fight?
I think it's unlikely. I mean, let's be frank, we can't even enforce our own laws. We aren't defending our own borders. We are
Here's the
not
conservative
expelling
reactionary
illegals.
bullshit.
We're not taking action against hardened criminals that are raping and murdering in our major cities. So what are we
Yeah.
going to do? I think we're going to do
Too
exactly what the
soft on
Biden
crime. That's
administration
the
has done,
problem, right,
nothing.
Colonel?
So I don't see us
Fuck
playing in
off.
this. Now, the Europeans have got to ask themselves whether
Okay,
or not
Douglas.
they want to be war criminals.
And honestly, this is
Because
the big crime, as I've talked about endlessly, is that everyone to the left of like Joe Biden has completely given up on any notion of pushing back on NATO or what the Biden administration's doing. And then what do we get? We get motherfuckers like this who then might give a more honest or frank assessment of what is going on or be willing to speak some truth about this foreign policy stuff. And then they're combining it with their psycho reactionary agenda at the same time. Because none of the AOCs or the Ilhan Omars or the Jagmeet Singhs or whoever is saying like, why are we doing this? Why are we getting people killed? At the very least, we're seeing, like, I saw Ilhan Omar's like trying to oppose sending cluster munitions and stuff. That's great, I suppose, but no one on anywhere approaching the left has been willing to really meaningfully challenge the consensus on this. And then that just leads to fuckers like this gaining credibility. Give sober analysis before taking a nosedive about defending our borders. Yeah. I thought this is kind of interesting too. I'll take a look at this and then I wish my fucking DMs didn't just pop up automatically. That's good web design. So this is just from a couple days ago too. This clip from Putin here.
Украина проводит так называемые...
And this is something else that I've been saying as well, remember? Like, the idea of having negotiations. Like, it doesn't really work when you say, no negotiations. No negotiations. As soon as you're doing well, but then the moment you're not doing well, saying, like, okay, negotiations. And how they're not going to buy that. And that's exactly what's going on as well, right now. Sleepy Catherine says, God, this whole thing depresses me and I still don't know how to feel about it. I hate NATO and US and I don't like Putin's policies. This whole thing is just such a mess. I mean, listen, we don't like Putin's policies either. There's a lot of things about the Russian government that I find fucking grotesque. Particularly, especially right now, the Russian government's treatment of trans people and like engaging in this kind of like genocidal rhetoric about transgender people in Russia. I think it's horrific. And I think many things about this invasion has been horrific. But the thing that I've always tried, since we live in Canada and the US, the main thing that I've tried to focus on over the last 18 months or a little bit longer is our role. And that's the whole issue, is that you have to acknowledge that we played a role in provoking this conflict, that we played a role in provoking it by messing around in Ukrainian politics for the last 10 years, in arming and funding a proxy war in eastern Ukraine for the last 10 years. This is what they said was going to happen. They said repeatedly. You don't have to like Putin or Russia. You do have to acknowledge, though, that they said repeatedly, over and over, this has to stop or else there's going to be consequences. You have to stop expanding NATO right up to our border or there's going to be consequences. And we just didn't listen. We didn't listen to any of these warnings. And then this is the result. So I think if you acknowledge our role in that, you have to acknowledge that like there has to be some kind of negotiation or settlement in order to stop it. But you can't call for negotiation as soon as you rebuff every other effort at dialogue and then promote this more escalation and more conflict and this counteroffensive and only want to negotiate when that doesn't work. That's not going to work out either.
Украина проводит так называемое контрнаступление. Результатов нет, конечно. Ну, сейчас не будем говорить провал, не провал, нет результатов. Потери есть большие. С начала этого контрнаступления потери личного состава 71,5 тысячи человек. Вот. Причем они любой ценой, как они говорят, хотят добиться результата. Да. Иногда складывается впечатление, что это вообще не их люди, которые их кидают в это контрнаступление. Как будто это вообще не их люди. Это, честно говоря, так. Мне просто командиры рассказывают с поля боя. Это удивительно.
А вы с ними созваниваетесь?
Ну, постоянно. Вот. Но потери большие. Там, по танкам 543 танка уже потеряли, по бронемашинам разных классов уже почти 18 тысяч и так далее. Значит, поэтому складывается впечатление, что они вот хотят, как их толкают, их западные кураторы, по максимуму отгрызть, извините за моветон, то, что они смогут сделать, а потом, когда все ресурсы, и людские ресурсы, и по технике, по боеприпасам будут близки к нулевым значениям, добиться остановки боевых действий, сказать, ну вот мы давно говорим о том, что мы хотим переговоров. И начать эти переговоры с целью пополнить свои ресурсы и возобновить боеспособность, значит, своих вооруженных сил.
And listen, like, you don't have to like the guy. And if you don't, I get it. And neither do I. And Putin bad, as you know, as I've articulated many times. But like, that's the thing, there's been negotiations. There was the Minsk agreements. Like there has been negotiations. There has been efforts on the part of Russia to have negotiations over the last year and a half. And at every time, I mean, even fucking Merkel, as we talk about often, every time this comes up, openly admitted that the Minsk negotiations was not about having peace or stopping the conflict. It was about buying time to continue to arm Ukraine until they were ready to fight this conflict. So At what point, like, why would they take that seriously? Now when NATO and people start having this language about, oh, now that everything has completely stalled and failed and we've failed to kind of like engage in this counteroffensive, why would they believe now that we're serious about negotiating and we're not just buying time again to rearm the country and just get another offensive going? You know, like, why would they believe that? I think that's an important question, and you don't have to like Putin to acknowledge that there's truth to that. Oh, that was very funny, the whole thing of Zyuganov asking Putin to just do socialism like he's playing Civ 3 is at least something funny to come out of this mess. That was very funny. And Putin's like, yeah, I'll think about it. Press the socialism button. Yeah. That was very good. Can I find the clip? I know it was in Discord, but I can't totally remember. It was a couple weeks ago. Does anyone have the clip? I would like to leave off on that. God.
The film we'd set out to make was a story of a comedy superstar turned president, but this country was suddenly at war. You were born for this moment.
I'm ready to win.
Superpower. Sean Penn and Paramount Plus are taking you to the front lines of the Russian invasion of Ukraine in the brand new documentary Superpower, featuring first-hand accounts from officials, diplomats, soldiers, and more. Thank you, Sean Penn. Thank you, Sean Penn, sir. You're really, really helping. Melting down his Oscars to fight the Russians. You got this story as well? Kiev suing Western companies for failing to deliver military equipment. And like, again, you juxtapose that with the Ukrainian government has taken legal action against at least 2 Western military firms that have failed to fulfill equipment contracts. Oh shit, I didn't realize that was not on the screen the entire time. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, folks. I'm sorry. I'll show you the Sean Penn thing again. It was just 15 seconds.
The film we'd set out to make was a story of a comedy superstar turned president, but this country was suddenly at war. You were born for this moment.
I'm ready to win.
The film we'd set out to make was
And now you have this. Ukraine sues Western companies for failing to deliver military. Just trying to find that clip. Let me see if I can just search for it. Yeah, this is this is funny.
Капиталист, он не просто зашел в тупик, он действительно сегодня бесится. Но противоядие есть только одно, ибо капитализм всегда порождает нацизм, фашизм и бендеровщину, а кроме социализма его побеждать некому. Поэтому я жду в следующем выступлении вы поставите уже социалистические задачи. Я думаю, активно поддерживать даже «Единой России». Вот Володин сидит рядом и улыбается. Ему эта идея уже нравится. Он проводит большие, крупные слушания по главным вопросам.
Ну, что касается социалистической идеи, то в ней ничего плохого нет. Вопрос наполнение, чем наполнять, особенно в сфере экономики. Вот в некоторых странах наполнение есть, оно связано и переплетается с рыночными формами регулирования.
Yeah, I'll look into this. Yeah.
Достаточно эффективно работает.
he literally says that Elon Musk, we're looking into this thing. We need to look into this. Yeah, I'm going to really think about that. I'm going to give it a long, hard think. Concerning. Folks, I got to go. I'm going to go, well, in 5 minutes. I'm going to go in 5 minutes. Thank you for hanging out today with me on the stream. It's been another wonderful episode of TRRS, your favorite Twitch stream. Are there a few generous chatters, folks, that want to help me finish out this week strong and make the number go up a little bit more to the good number? One incredibly generous 10 sub gifter could be today's Gandalf cresting the hill with the Rohirrim at the Battle of Helm's Deep. Could be the hero that we both need and deserve. But if not even, there's still just a few individuals, could be individual heroes. Never read any of those books. You saw the movie, though, surely. Two Towers. Surely you did. Does anyone else want to bail me out and come through in the clutch and whatever other analogy that you want me to use and support this stream? It's the last stream of the week. It's been my first full week back to being a full-time streamer over here. And just a few of you could come through and finish out the week strong. Everyone's waiting for the last week in September to gift. Well, that makes sense, actually. Yeah, that I understand that. I do understand that. And like I said, I'll do another big, 9 or 10 hour slubathon. The economic understanders. I just know there's at least one. I know that there's at least one brave hero that's not going to leave me hanging and get me through this last ending chill segment push completely empty-handed. I'm positive that someone out there, some wonderful person watching this at this exact moment, will not let me end the stream completely empty-handed with the final push towards this final sub push in this 4-hour stream. I've never been more certain of anything in my life. Krugman, we know you're out there.
You can count on me. You're going to have good old Rob to talk you through all this.
Thank you, Dr. Maggot. Thank you, Dr. Maggot. You're very, very generous. Thank you for the gifted sub. I really, really appreciate it. Seriously, thank you.
you can count on me. You're gonna have good old Rob to talk you through all this.
And Goobernaut, thank you for the gifted sub. Very first gifted sub in the channel from Goobernaut. Goobernaut, thank you so much. That's very, very generous. Thank you. I really appreciate it. Okay, I think that's my sign that it's time to go. I hope you have a nice weekend, friends. I will be back on Monday. I'm here on the generosity of someone else, so it's my turn. Thank you, Goobernaut. I really, really appreciate it. And I appreciate every single person, every single one of you that tunes in and supports this channel. It supports the work that I do on here. Thank you, thank you, thank you. It's my honor and my privilege to be able to do this silly show every single day. It's my honor and my privilege. Thank you, Sleepy Catherine. I hope you come back. And if you're not subscribed to the channel too, one thing you can do is join the Discord server before we go. That's where the community lives when the show is kind of not live. It's a really wonderful Discord community. So even if you're an unsubbed chatter, please feel free to join that Discord server. That is all for me. Thank you again, folks. Give my regards to our friend Hildy Beast.
You've just become an elite member of the Friendship Triangle.
That's ridiculous. God Thankful Sinner, thank you for the 5 gifted subs. Good Lord. Good Lord. Thank you. Am I rating? I actually can't see the thing, whether I'm rating or not. Okay. Goodbye, folks. Whoever's still watching.